When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. They say our day is over, they say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue, they divide us men and women, they divide us old and young, but they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
He called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy. His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. But in 2005 you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free. free if I take up on this task. Being mega starting grass to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
Hello, everybody. Hello. How are we doing? Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Pengu Dengu. Hello, KG. Hello, Even Oddridge. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Orion's End. Hello, Mobius. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, Erica. Hello, Draconics. Hello, ACAB includes Tone Police. Hello, Spectral Pyre. Hello, Robber Radset. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Salmon Moose.
How can we all have died at the same time?
The Salmon Moose.
Hello, Jollis Parsec. Hello, Screaming at the Radio. Hello, Lee Kestner. Hello, Mr. Malachite, a second time on a different website. Hello, Horizon. Hello, Winbee. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, trains and bullshit. Hello, Delta Who. Hello, one and all. Hello, Charlie. Putting on the stream on my way to bed. Hell yeah. Hello, Stoutman. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. We got a bunch of people here today, folks. Howdy, howdy, howdy. We're gonna be covering some politics. Hello, Little Morphe Nanny. We're gonna be covering some politics. We're gonna go over some Project 2025. Threat to democracy stuff. We're also going to take a look at Donald Trump at his recent Univision town hall, which is basically, I think, his personal hell made manifest. And we're probably also gonna talk about a few other things, but we'll we'll end, I think, by raiding into the Dead Domain stream. They are doing a 24-hour stream that is for hurricane relief, and a bunch of cool people over there. Right now they're talking about Redemption, which is a knockoff of Magic the Gathering card game, and also Magic the Gathering. And I would hop in, but I know literally nothing about either of those two, except that there's definitely a time period where for a summer I learned how to play Redemption when I was going to Bible camp. Yeah, it's a weird religious card game, yeah. Univision. More streamer. Hello, Darth Gently. That's true. I did stream earlier today as well. Hello, hello, hello. Politics in this day and age. In that kitchen at this time of year? If only it were Red Dead Redemption. Indeed. Hello, I am Lem. So, folks, hello. Just want to say, fun fact, peek behind the curtain type stuff. We are 8 subscribers away from 7,800 subscribers. It is not impossible. It is mid-October. It's not impossible for us to actually hit 10,000 by the end of the year. I thought that might be out of our grasp, but we've been actually growing the YouTube channel so quickly that we very well in like the next week or so will hit 8,000. And if that happens, that would be really, really cool and be that much closer to 10K. I feel like I should do something special when we hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube, but I don't know what yet. Maybe we'll do like another call-in stream. We'll just have like a more focused call-in stream. That might be good. Like a Q&A type situation. Well, once we hit 10,000, I feel like we can definitely set our sights on 100K, you know? 10K, exactly, Little Morphe Nanny. You get me. Hitting 10K means hunting zombies, and that was a deep cut. Yeah, I have no idea what that was a reference to. Keep up your algo game because you caught me with the title and thumbnail for the VeggieTales upload on YouTube. Yeah, that one has been like the big winner video recently. I need to hit a few more of those. That video got me shouted out on Majority Report. That was great. I think we need to also focus on right-wing shit stirrers like Matt Walsh a bit more. Seems like whenever I talk about these scum propagandists, we get a lot of attention. The wife furnace? Man, I sometimes just miss an awful lot of context from chat. Corner the industry on VeggieTales. Yeah, I'll own the VeggieTales copyright by the end of this. Shitty ass kid, the MAGA fashion show video is by far like one of the best things I have ever made in my life. And it's not gonna get even a fraction of the attention that like any video I do on Matt Walsh will. Sadly. You need to talk about the Lord of Roaches. I do need to talk about the Lord of Roaches. That guy sucks. Anytime I think about doing it, I just think of the scene from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where like they're all just like, I've had enough of this dude, and that just plays on repeat when I think of Asmongold. Go ahead. Honestly, kind of how I feel about like Anna Kasparian and TYT stuff now. Speaking of, in the next couple of days, that Anna Kasparian segment's gonna go up. More Jack for my restless night. Hell yeah, Malachi, let's go! Clarice's expressions at the MAGA fashion show were priceless. I thought she was gonna walk out. She loves me a lot. I think she came pretty close though. Yeah. You astrally projected. I did. Yeah. She emotionally and mentally walked away. You could see her soul leave her body. Hey, Paladin Lost, how you doing? Headed to bed so early? Have I seen David Duke endorsing Jill Stein? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have. Beep, 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 beep. Jack did say she might not be back today, but back tomorrow. Technically, it's tomorrow. I mean, I guess technically, but I have been streaming for 17 minutes, so I was back today. And I did intend to be back sooner. My brain just wasn't working well earlier, and probably is not still not working that well, but, you know, that's okay. Hey, oh, Ms. Milena! I will respond to you forthwith tomorrow. Glad you took the time to feel a bit better. You know, taking a shower and eating a little Indian buffet really helped. Thank you for getting food in me. And lots of snacks. Feeling a slight bit under the weather? Oh, Paladin, I'm sorry. Hopefully nothing serious. Hopefully just a little snotty. It's been a bad brain day, it seems. A lot of reports of that. It's true. Snacks. All right. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Oh. Weather's freezing here. Ooh, my condolences. My ex is really not batting 1,000 with political figures he's a fan of. Tulsi, Jimmy Dore, Jill Stein. Hilarious when I think of it. Oh god. Anyway, folks, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, hit all the buttons, share the stream with your friends, your family, your pets, your colleagues, your frenemies, your rivals, your secret smoochers. And consider dropping those subs and donos. We haven't gotten started yet, but we're gonna get there. All right, folks, let's get started, huh? Project 2025, the ProPublica leaks of the training videos for Project 2025. We're going to be watching the next one. I believe we just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 videos left. And we will have fully completed our Project 2025 training course that so far really just seems to be emphasizing be a yes man to the president. Don't bother anybody. Don't really be competent at your job. And fake it till you make it. So we're going in. This next video we're doing is called Passing New Regulations. So, you know, it's going to be thrilling stuff. The last video was about how regulations are the devil. And that if you see one, you should kill it on sight. And also, you know, talking about how Donald Trump being wielding dictatorial power is actually good and the most democratic option when you really think about it. This video is about passing new regulations, so I'm wondering how they're gonna square that circle. But you know what? Let's jump right in, huh? Let's jump right in. Let's take a look. Oh god.
Hello.
The video is not on screen. That took me way too long to realize. I'm sorry. There we go.
My name is Roger Severino, Vice President for Domestic Policy at the Heritage Foundation. Today we'll be talking about what it means to be...
Why is this guy's name familiar? Usually that means that they're the devil. Incarnate? Why do I know this name? Roger Severino. Why do I know this guy? I know he's part of the Heritage Foundation, obviously, but like, what is he famous for? An attorney whose primary focus is on defending those who claim their religious liberty has been violated for having to provide birth control, serve LGBTQ people, and perform abortions. Oh, is this the guy who like was the lawyer on the you have the right to refuse gay people cake case? Is that this guy? Let's see. Okay. Let's see. He was a trial attorney for the United States Department of Justice, Civil Rights Division. Goodness. Then he was the CEO and counsel for the Beckett Fund for Religious Liberty, a nonprofit law firm taking on cases related to religious freedom. Let's take a look at the Beckett Fund, I guess. Beckett has served as counsel on the Supreme Court for 8 religious freedom cases since 2012. The Supreme Court unanimously ruled in favor of the ministerial exception doctrine for the first time, which exempts religious institutions from anti-discrimination laws in hiring its ministers. Okay. Served as counsel to the plaintiffs in Burwell versus Hobby Lobby in 2014. In their fight to exempt themselves from having to pay for 4 different drugs and devices they deemed as abortifacients. Ruled in favor of the court ruled in favor of Hobby Lobby, asserting the family-owned business have a right to operate in accordance with their conscience, meaning that they didn't have to provide health care to their employees. Great, cool. This guy's really batting 1,000 here with his associates. Oh, cool. The most recent case Beckett litigated at the Supreme Court was Fulton versus City of Philadelphia in 2021. In a 9-0 ruling, the court held that the City of Philadelphia could not refuse to contract with Catholic Social Services because of CSS's rejection of same-sex couples as foster parents, a violation of the city's non-discrimination requirements. Cool. So the city was forced to do business with the Catholic Church. Ah, man. Cool stuff, I guess. Ay. All right. Yeah, so this guy's evil. Right, that I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at here.
Be a regulator in a federal agency.
In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle.
With Hobby Lobby
in America,
and
we understand
trafficking
that a nation
Iraqi artifacts.
is only
What was that all
as
about?
long as it is
You guys
striving.
remember that court case, right? Like,
Only a few
it's
generations
kind of
have
crazy.
been granted the role of defending
I don't
freedom
usually hate these people.
in its hour
You
of
probably
maximum
should.
danger.
This great nation
I mean,
will
these people
endure
specifically.
as it has endured. Will
I remember that.
revive
Yeah,
and will
no. Oh,
prosper.
okay. You guys, none of you guys remember this. Okay, wait a second. I guess I can't casually just drop that. Hobby Lobby, Iraq artifacts. Yeah. Hobby Lobby's illegal antiquities shed light on a lost, looted ancient city in Iraq. Archaeologist Eckhart Fram didn't have much time to determine where the 4,000-year-old clay tablets had come from. Homeland Security officials had given him just 2.5 days in a dimly lit New York warehouse to pore over the cuneiform inscriptions etched into the fragile ancient pieces and report back. They were not in great shape. They had infestations of salt on them, so it's not that I could say I'd been able to read everything, says the Yale University professor. My main goal was to provide a general assessment from when and where did these tablets actually originate. Fram determined the tablets at the center of a federal case against Oklahoma-based Hobby Lobby arts and crafts chain, where were from a place few had ever heard of, an ancient Sumerian city called Irisagrig. You could argue that this is a lost city because this place has never been properly excavated, and you don't even know exactly where it is, Fram tells NPR. But looters know, and roughly 250 tablets from examined in 2016 were among 5,500 objects, including ancient cylinder seals and clay seal impressions known as boule, smuggled into the U.S. starting in 2010, shipped from the United Arab Emirates and Israel without declaring their true Iraqi origin. Some of them were marked ceramic tiles or clay tiles sample. They'd been purchased by Hobby Lobby for $1.6 million. So, like, but why though? Why were they buying Iraqi artifacts? That's the part I never figured out. In a settlement last year with the Justice Department, Hobby Lobby agreed to forfeit the objects and paid a $3 million fine. In May, about 3,800 objects were handed back to the Iraqi government at a ceremony at its Washington, D.C. embassy, and will be returned to Iraq later this year. Let's see. Last November, Hobby Lobby president Steve Green, the son of craft store chain founder David Green, opened a Museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C., which contains another $201 million worth of ancient artifacts tied to Hobby Lobby. Okay, well that might explain that part was the missing piece. I didn't know that the Hobby Lobby heir was literally opening a Museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C. That would explain why they're buying millions of dollars worth of Iraqi artifacts. Oh boy. Yeah, I love when ancient artifacts are ripped of all of their context and just placed in religious museums. That really vouches for their quality and usefulness as historical relics. God. The museum said in a statement last July that none of the artifacts identified in the settlement are part of the museum's collection, nor have they ever been, which is a very specifically worded statement. The world's first civilization sprung up between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in what is now Iraq. Okay, I don't need this background. I mean, a lot of this is about, like, the actual archaeology, which is great. I'd love to know this. The city of Irisagrig is only known from other tablets, he says. Many were sold on eBay. Some made it into various private collections, and it is from these other tablets that we know the tablets from the Hobby Lobby collections, some of them at least, if not all of them, are from that very city. So literally, Hobby Lobby, in its effort to traffic stolen artifacts, is preventing us from being able to find current sites of of great historical importance and encouraging a smuggling and grave robbing situation. God damn, dude. Frem said he was able to verify the tablet's origin by references and seals, including that of an official known to have been the governor of Irisagreg some 4,000 years ago. It's kind of crazy we know that. Man, that makes me even more mad that, cool, this guy helped out Hobby Lobby. Awesome. It's their religious liberty to steal Iraqi artifacts, guys. You don't understand. They're just exercising their religious liberty. You want to stop them from building a Bible museum?
Will be in your hands.
God, you're persecuting... You're just like the Romans. How conservatives win the regulations game.
To do a thought experiment. Think about how the federal government impacts your daily life. Now you might think, well, they keep our borders secure, they keep our country safe with the military, you may have to pay taxes. But what people don't often think about are the thousands upon thousands of regulations that govern the width of the hallway you walk by, the height of, for example, the outlets in your home. There's millions of ways that federal regulations are impacting your lives right now, often for the worse and sometimes for the better.
Often for the worse. Citation needed.
Now, if you're interested in working in federal service and for the federal government, you have a few options. You're either going to be handing out money in a lot of federal programs, you're going to be working in some form of law enforcement. I already mentioned the national defense and the international sphere, but a large part of what the federal government does is issue guidance and regulations that govern the way we live. Regulations have the force and effect of law. It's not what the founders imagined, but it's what we have now. We're ruled not so much by a system of laws, but a system of bureaucratic regulations. Now,
yeah, you know, to make sure that, like, companies don't poison your local water, and to make sure that, like, your workplace doesn't burn down because people cut corners, and to make sure, you know, your apartment doesn't collapse on top of you, to make sure that there are safety features in cars, to make sure, yeah, oh man, the terrible regulations, they're so bad.
I happen to have been a regulator for 4 years under the Trump administration. I was head of the office.
They just want you to put outlets a certain height from the ground. Yeah, so that your house doesn't burn down. Yeah.
For civil rights at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I was prepared for many things. It was a controversial office because we dealt with things like gender identity and abortion in healthcare. And I expected those sorts of outside attacks and a lot of scrutiny. What I was not prepared for was the amount of lobbyists that came knocking on my door. And this was because part of the job was that I was the nation's HIPAA regulator. And as a HIPAA regulator, Congress had given me tremendous power over what happens in hospitals, who can be seen and not seen when it comes to patients and the information exchange, the safeguarding of health information and documents, electronic records. It was just an amazing amount of authority that was given to one person in one office.
Also, I was curious, so I looked up what are the reasons that there is a standardized height for outlets, and it's literally to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act, which again, conservatives despise the ADA, but it's basically to help people with limited mobility be able to plug things into the wall and be able to exist, you know, in society. So, oh man, so unreasonable to accommodate people with limited mobility. Ugh.
So much power given to one person, the lobbyists come out of the woodwork. And I remember one example where you had a member of Congress sitting in my office and a lobbyist, and they were trying to convince me to give a protectionist handout to a segment of the document management industry because they made a lot of money on managing HIPAA-related documents. Now,
yeah, but by the way, like, I do wanna like acknowledge that it is actually a fairly large problem with HIPAA, that like the bureaucracy around medical care, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. But like that HIPAA isn't like really directly responsible for that. It's mostly the insurance claims and the insurance paperwork that is responsible for all of the bloat in the bureaucracy of like medical care. You know, it's not because there are regulations around HIPAA. That's actually good.
I had these folks in my office only because I had the ability to issue regulations that would protect or harm this industry's business model. Now, that's not exactly what the founders envisioned as to how our government should run, but I use that as an illustration as to the tremendous amount of authority.
Yeah, the Human Rights Campaign has described Severino as a radical anti-LGBTQ activist. Yeah, and that's the thing with Otro. Like, if organizations like the Human Rights Campaign have a very specific dedicated page to someone, that means that they worked real hard to get on that page, okay?
You would have if you work on regulations. Now, in my case, I followed the law. I was not persuaded by the lobbyists' arguments. You have to answer first to the Constitution, to the law, and to the president, because it is the president's authority that you're ultimately executing. But you got to realize that all the action now happens at the regulatory levels. Just think back as to what happened with COVID. You had guidance, not even regulatory action, from Fauci that was used to impose the lockdowns and the mask mandates, and that was followed up with regulations that was...
Wait, but the guidance wasn't backed with force of law. He was just telling, like, that this is what is recommended by doctors. Like, am I missing something here? Like, should doctors not be able to make recommendations? Is that your brilliant solution to this problem? Like, state and local governments shouldn't make decisions based on the best available evidence? Like, honestly, that's where the Republican Party is right now, and it's exactly why Republicans live in a bubble of unreality. You know, this is a core component of the fascist ideology. Anti-empiricism, you know, a rejection of facts.
Was going to impose a mandatory vaccination regime on the American worker. Imagine that. Congress never spoke to any of those things, but it was through regulation that they issued a mandatory vax mandate on the majority of Americans. Our system has moved away from lawmaking, where Congress is the one that issues the rules, to regulators that issue the rules. So, for those of you who are interested in serving in the next conservative administration, I highly recommend you become familiar with the regulatory process. That is where the action is. That is how we are governed, often for the worse, today. So it behooves us as conservatives to learn the rules of the road, learn the processes, learn the pitfalls that are involved, because that is where we could have the biggest impact on the biggest number of people.
Yeah, so I want you also to take note of what they're doing here, right? Which is setting the stage and building the mental framework to justify increasingly fascist action from people that they are putting into positions of power right now, right? Basically what they're saying is that the current system that we work in is already not democratic. You know, it's already been taken over by the deep state, by the evil bad guys. And so it doesn't really matter if Donald Trump takes supreme power, because he's taking that supreme power to make things right again. He wouldn't take that power if he didn't have to, but he has to because it's already been taken away from you. You know, like it's a really bad set of thinking. It's a bad logic. But, like, that is the thought process in a nutshell. Yeah, he's totally not the one trying to take power. He's just taking it from the bad people and giving it back to us. And we will just love him so much that he'll be dictator for life. Jack, I have a question. How much of this is actually the authority of the president versus them just jerking Trump off? Well, so Stardust Bun, right now, with a conservative Supreme Court, this is the authority of the president. You know, like with the Supreme Court, how it is right now, they've effectively given the president a blank check mandate. Like, the president can literally do anything now. And there might be like some hand-waving attempts at restricting that power, but the conservative Supreme Court has handed the presidential office almost unlimited authority. And so if Donald Trump gets into office, yeah, like if he sends down marching orders through this administrative structure, they are expected to be yes men who will rubber stamp anything he gives an order to. So ultimately, this is correct. Like, they would effectively be enabling Trump's fascism. That is what this plan is designed to do. That's what Project 2025 is in a nutshell.
So let me walk you through the anatomy of the regulatory process. Now, I'm going to focus very specifically on regulations themselves. There's a form of regulation called negotiated rulemaking for highly regulated industries. That's a technical area of the law. I'm going to focus on the broadest form of regulation, standard regulations. So what is a regulation? It is little more than a federal bureaucracy interpreting existing statutes passed by Congress that do have the force and effect of law. If there's any gap, any ambiguity, any conflict that's visible in any federal statute, if Congress empowers an agency to issue regulations, they have the power to fill in all those gaps to resolve the ambiguities. Right now, before the Supreme Court, they're considering what's known as the Chevron doctrine. That is a doctrine that says...
Which, by the way, they killed the Chevron doctrine, so we're hosed in that regard.
Federal agencies have the ability to resolve ambiguities, and they get the benefit of the doubt. Again, this gives tremendous...
Yeah, but basically, Chevron doctrine is what allows regulatory agencies to actually regulate without taking every single individual decision that they make to a courtroom.
Tremendous power to federal agencies, where not even judges can overrule what the federal bureaucrats decide when they fill in the gaps according to their own lights. Now, we've seen the Biden administration run wild with this power, reinterpreting statutes in ways that Congress never considered. The most obvious one, to my mind, is redefining male and female to include a whole panoply of gender identities, when Congress decided...
Again, like, to any normal person, this plays as incredibly unhinged, you know? Like, oh yeah, they stole our genders is really the new, they stole our jobs.
That male and female under anti-discrimination law was binary. Federal agencies have now reinterpreted that to say, no, we think it's something absolutely subjective, not related to biology, and we, the federal bureaucrats, have the power to impose that on the American people in healthcare and in education and in law enforcement when it comes to anti-discrimination. So that's one example where federal agencies will step in to fill in the gap and ambiguities, which means we have to be ready to undo all of the regulatory excesses of the current administration, which means we need to know the rules of the road when it comes to rulemaking.
Yeah, and keep in mind, in the very previous video, on this final point under what is regulation, if there's any gap, any ambiguity, any conflict that is visible in any federal statute, if Congress empowers an agency to issue the regulations, they have the power to fill in all those gaps to resolve the ambiguities. But like the premise that Project 2025 is pushing here is that essentially Congress is not going to be able to issue those empowerments, give those powers to these regulations, because they never did explicitly in the past. And so, this reinterpretation with the aid of the Supreme Court will effectively neuter all regulatory bodies. And it's retroactive, so companies can challenge any previous regulations that affected their businesses. We are kind of in a nightmare legal scenario as far as regulations go.
What is the process for a rulemaking? There are two ways. You have existing rules that need to be undone, and then there are rules that need to be added that are brand new or whole cloth. They generally follow the same process though. You have a regulatory agenda that's run through OMB. Every federal agency has to identify major rules on the horizon and disclose them to OMB, which will then in turn disclose it to the American public. This is called the regulatory agenda in the spring and in the fall. It is an administrative foul if you do not disclose the regulatory agenda. The agencies cannot hide the ball and spring it on the public. They'd have to justify it and have very good reasons before they do so. So get familiar with the regulatory agenda. It's on reginfo.gov, and you'll see what it looks like. Generally speaking, it doesn't say very much. It is just the top line question of what a regulation is attempting to address, usually one sentence, if that, and it shows the agency that would be issuing it. That is often enough to get a clue as to what is really going to be going on, especially.
We need you to make the worst possible faith interpretations of these regulations, okay? In order to make sure you're preventing them from coming into being, because as we said at the beginning, regulations are the devil.
If it's a follow-on on previous regulations. So once the regulatory agenda is published, the public has a right to request what is known as a 12866 meeting. This is an executive order that has been around for decades that says the public can comment through phone generally by requesting a meeting with OMB, and they would also request it with the sponsoring agency of that regulation. So you have the regulatory agenda. People will spot a regulation that they're interested in commenting on. They will request a 12866 meeting. OMB will listen to their comments and take any documents that are submitted as well, and they can include that in what is known as the administrative record. What is important about an administrative record? It is the basis upon which every agency decides a question in a regulation. So when they're receiving comments from the public through 12866 meetings or otherwise, they are building the administrative record that will support their decision making for the final rule. A point about the administrative record. At the end of the process, when you're getting close to wrapping everything up, you finalize the rule, you have to compile the administrative record. That means all the studies you relied on, all the comments that you received, all the inputs that were a basis for your decision making has to be put together in one place, compiled as the administrative record, and then that will be submitted in court. You don't want to be in a situation where you get sued within 30 days of the rule becoming final. The court says, okay, come up with the administrative record, and you're scrambling to put paper together. Have a process up front that tracks everything you're using to support your decision making.
And honestly, the reason he's talking about this is because if you document your decision making to oppose these types of regulations, you can effectively, you can effectively wield a lot of power within the bureaucratic system itself before it ever gets to the court.
So you have the 12866 meetings, followed by the drafting of the regulation itself. This is normally done internally, and you get internal clearance within the agency. Sometimes, depending on the topic, you may have to involve other agencies of the federal government, especially if it's something like a civil rights law, where there's standing executive orders that say DOJ would coordinate that sort of regulatory function. So it all depends on what agency, on what topic, how much collaboration with other federal agencies is required in the initial drafting stage. At the very least.
How do they wield power before it gets to court? Well, think of it like Justice Department memoranda. Basically, they're able to put out internal documents that then shape kind of the ongoing policy of the various departments. And those memoranda can then be used to justify other decision-making processes in other parts of the bureaucracy. And if it ever does go to court outright, those documents can then be used to be like, see, this is how we've always done it. And, like, defend the policy, essentially. So this is building up the scaffolding of, both legally and procedurally defending these changes.
Internal to the agency, you're going to have to get clearance with other components. So at HHS, when we had a regulation on HIPAA, we'd have to include other components of HHS to get sign off because their interests or their jurisdictions might also be involved. Once you go through that process, the internal review, it is then ready to send back to OMB for review with other agencies. Once that process is done, you get the comments from the other agencies, you incorporate them as you will. If there's any conflicts, it goes through OMB. Sometimes it gets elevated to the president. At this stage, it is all behind the scenes. You have to be very careful with leaks. Some of the best regulations were torpedoed because of incautious handling of documents or some...
Oh, you don't say, bud. Incautious handling of documents, important documents like, say, nuclear secrets, or some of these, I don't know. They placed in a bathroom somewhere in a fancy hotel, put on a stage where anyone could get to them. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
Sometimes
Top of my head
internal,
ideas.
intentional leaks to the media. So at that stage, having confidential processes are paramount. You want to be able to have an open exchange within your agency, with other federal agencies, with the White House, to discuss how we're going to shape this policy without having the media as another party to those discussions. Once you get through the interagency review process, you are ready to issue what's known as an NPRM, a Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. The NPRM is public. It is put out on the web, and you give a deadline for the public to comment on. Once you have an NPRM out there, you're gonna start getting the media inquiries. So you should be absolutely prepared for it at that stage and actually beforehand. It is there for public inspection. Your NPRM contains the actual rule itself, the regulatory text. You're going to be editing the combined Federal Register. That is the repository of all federal regulations. It would stack halfway up to the ceiling or beyond if I were to just list it for HHS, how many pages and pages of reg text is involved. So you have regulatory text. It could be quite long. It could be quite short. That is the essential equivalent of a statute that you're going to be putting into the regulatory code. That is going to...
Because again, how he's basically set up this framework where you become a de facto lawmaker because Congress has failed in its duty. He's basically saying, yeah, you come in here, you can be any kind of dipshit, you're going to be the ones making the laws, just do the laws that Donald Trump tells you to. That's essentially it. Why are these people so cartoonishly evil? Because this is basically the, like if you took the Sinister Six but turned it into like the Sinister 600,
to have the force and effect of law.
They're just failed supervillains.
That will be paired with a very long, what's called preamble, which is the entire analysis justifying your rule. That analysis could be legal. and it will very likely include the legal justifications and the authority you have to issue the regulation to begin with. So the first step you have to realize is, do you have the authority to issue a regulation? What statutes can you point to that says you can issue a regulation? The more explicit Congress is in granting the agency the authority, the stronger the case is that you have the ability to issue these regulations. So cite the legislative authority, the grant that Congress gave your agency to do the rulemaking. Then you have to explain briefly in the introduction what the rule is going to do, which means there has to be a need to be addressed. Now, hopefully the next administration will be undoing a wealth of regulations that were misguided from the...
Justifying. Yeah.
Have a quick cleanse. Someone got real-life cult of the lamb weddings.
Wait, that's
White
really,
people happy.
that's really cool. Fenry, thank you for the $5
We
dono.
married 2 couples on the weekend, and it was such a beautiful experience.
That's really cute. I don't wanna like get DMCA'd for this, but like, that's really cute. That's adorable. Thank you for sharing that with us. Also, thank you for the $5 dono, the first person of the stream to support the channel. Really appreciate it, Fenry. Thank you so goddamn much.
The previous administration. So there's your justification right there. The previous regulation that was put into place was a bad one. So you have to cite why it was. It could be defective policy reasons. It could be that we tried it and what they promised would happen did not happen. It could be that it's legally defective. But you have to posit a justification for undoing a bad rule. So let's take the affirmative case where you want to put forward a rule on your own that's, say, brand new. Hopefully you will have some sort of studies that you could cite to that would identify the problem, the extent of the problem, and how this regulation will help solve it. That means before you get to the NPRM stage, you will have gotten input from the public through various ways. It could be from advocacy organizations. It could be from academic research, calling experts in. We held listening sessions before we issued NPRMs when I was head of the Civil Rights Office, and those listening sessions were invaluable. You will get experts who will come in and they will have done an amazing amount of research already that you could plumb for and use for the administrative record. Again, you have to make the argument. You also have to support the argument with the evidence. You can make policy arguments as well. You could say that these are the policies that this president has been pushing, and you could rely on executive orders that lay out the policies of the administration. That is a perfectly valid, legitimate basis of authority. In fact, that's how it should be. Elections have consequences. When a president enters into office, that president brings the agenda that the American people had entrusted into his or her hands. The agencies have to execute on that agenda. So definitely cite executive orders whenever you can to support your rulemaking. Now, some people...
See, this is what I mean, right? Like, he just finished talking about earlier how power for these administrative bodies derives from Congress, but he's trying to tell you, no. You're not getting your marching orders from Congress. You're getting them from the president.
Would suggest, well, you cannot have an agenda coming in to a regulation. That is false. You could come in with an agenda. You say you are intending to undo this rule. We're intending to fix this issue with this regulation. And you could say that very candidly beforehand. What you cannot do is say, we're going to close our ears and close our eyes, and we're not going to take any input that would be relevant to the question, right? So to that extent, you have to have an open mind. But you could absolutely come in with an agenda ready to go, saying we're elected to do this. The president has ordered us to implement this agenda. It's for the benefit of the American people. Here are the reasons why. List out those reasons, you support it, you do an economic analysis on top of it, right? Almost everything you do in a federal regulation will have some sort of economic impact. You have to figure out the benefits and the burdens to do a cost-benefit analysis. You will often rely on economists and professional staff to provide you that help in doing the regulatory impact analysis. And you're going to get a bottom line dollar amount. This is how much benefit there will be to society in dollars and cents, and here are the costs. Often you will use something called the VSL, the value of a statistical life.
Often you'll use the DSL? Why does this guy know what DSLs are? Oh,
that
VSLs.
actually puts a dollar amount on a human life. Now, that may sound cold and calculating, but it is used all the time, for example, to say if you're going to impose a burden.
It might seem cold and callous to attribute monetary value to a human life, but sometimes we just use it all the time, and that our system's great.
Ostensibly to save lives, how much is it going to cost? And you have to cost it out and say it will be worth the cost. There are certain costs that you cannot quantify, and that's absolutely legitimate as well. I enforce civil rights through our regulations, and we absolutely said the benefit of human dignity in enforcing civil rights is a benefit that has to be considered. We could not put a dollar amount on it. However, when we said you have to put a notice of non-discrimination in insurance documents, we were able to figure out this is how much the printing costs, this is how much the ink costs, this is how much the postage is going to cost in mailing out these things. And we use that to pare back on the regulatory burden, right? We saved billions of dollars on that because we went through the effort of costing it out and realizing it was a waste of money compared to the very limited benefit these notices were providing. So you do the cost-benefit analysis to support and justify that this is a rule that is worth undertaking.
Hey, Michaela Rose.
Hey, Riverboat Jack. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting stream. Thank you for being supporter number 2 to drop a sub/dono on the stream. Appreciate you very much, especially the solidarity in this trying time as we go through this guy's absolutely evil monologue about taking control over the government.
So you've done the analysis, you've done your preamble, you've done all that hard work. You're ready to issue the NPRM. It's made available to the public. And then you say, we are taking comments.
Then you say, we're taking comments, and your job is to throw those comments into the trash. Don't listen to them. Don't read them. They'll make you feel bad. They want you to feel bad. You know who I mean by they. Honestly, that's like how it reads.
This is a crucial portion of the regulatory process. You have to take in every comment that the public submits. It's often going to be now all by web, and they could type out their comments. They could have
See my last, please. He got the VSL thing wrong. Wait, what? He also got it wrong. VSL represents aggregate demand for widespread but individually very small reductions in mortality risk, i.e., how much individuals are willing to pay for a very small reduction in the probability of death paid for by foregoing the consumption of other goods and services. Oh, that's even worse.
Industry comments. You could have advocacy organizations. They range from as short as a postcard side comment saying I oppose this rule or I support it, or it could be the equivalent of a treatise that goes through its own regulatory impact analysis, its own legal analysis, and it can be very sophisticated. You're going to get a whole range. And it's a good thing that you get this amount of comments. When I was working on rules, the comments we received on the Civil Rights Office were in the hundreds of thousands. Now we dealt with issues like abortion and transgender cross-sex surgeries, those sorts of things.
Oh man, I'm so glad he was fighting the good fight against those things. Terrifying, really. Oh no, trans people having health care, the scariest thing I can imagine.
So you're going to get in that area a whole lot of public interest and a lot of scrutiny.
You know, it is really ironic the absolute like laser focus Republicans seem to have and conservatives at large have on like we need to get back to men being men, you know, when they were big and strong. But like the second you bring up like trans people getting surgeries, they're like, no, that's that's scary. No, that's so dangerous and scary. I couldn't even possibly consider it. And it's like, man, ironically, grow a pair.
You still have to consider every single comment that goes through your door, which means you have to have a process to sort them.
What does the ghost fox say?
Your Ascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. I don't know. What does the ghost fox say?
There are ways that you could deduplicate a lot of the comments that are literal cut and paste. You'll have campaigns that organizations will put together. So long as you have a not unreasonable deduplication process, then you could batch them and say, these are functionally identical. Therefore, we only need to read one of them because the only difference is the name of the person. The substance is the same. So that way, you'll be able to save a tremendous amount of time. We had to hire contractors to deal with the volume. So you have to plan ahead to deal with the potential volume of comments. You need a mechanism to sort and categorize them. You have to be able to say, these are the comments dealing with economic analysis.
You have to be able to say, these are all the comments going straight in the trash.
These are the comments dealing with, say, social policy. These are the comments dealing with the value of a human life. Or if you're doing environmental policy, this environmental aspect. You have to be able to categorize the comments by topic. You do the work by that function, then you could address it on the merits. You have to address all meritorious comments. You don't have to address a comment that says, I'm in favor or I'm against, because that doesn't really impact the rulemaking. It's not a democratic process in that way. It's not majority vote. Who does the nitty-gritty work of reading the comments and responding, etc.? Well,
well, no one. That's the best part.
It varies. You could hire contractors to do the initial sorting and categorization. You'd need to have somebody with government authority, however, to come up with the arguments themselves to respond to the comments. You need to have somebody with political oversight to at the very least review those responses to the comments. Don't be afraid, however, of relying on career staff. You've heard a lot about the deep state and the opposition a lot of folks in the federal government have to conservative policies. There's tremendous truth in that. However, there are many professionals who are there to execute their job. And that job means you take the orders from the president on down to make sure the policy that the American people elected are actually put into the regulations. So long as there's sufficient oversight as to what career folks are doing, rely on the career folks. They've been through the process. If you get them on your side, they will help you find those landmines and those technical details that you have to do.
Pee poa poa, how can you have this little riz and make it in life?
Trains and bullshit. Thank you for the $5 dono. And honestly, you know, it's if anything, it's a testimony to how you can accomplish anything with hard work and grit in America. Okay, this young man over here started out in the gutter with nothing, 0 riz, and he's worked very hard to accumulate exactly 1 point of negative riz. It broke the laws of physics. People didn't think it was possible, but you know what? He kept at it, and he actually achieved at reaching negative values of riz.
Don't trip you
Survival of the rizless.
up. Otherwise, you might be flying on your own. If you get into an oppositional relationship with career staff, they may find an error and not tell you about it. And you don't want to be in a position at the end of it having those unforced errors because you have an adversarial relationship with career staff. There's all sorts of technical expertise, from scientific to economic, with regulatory writing that career staff know quite well. But always remember, the ultimate policy decisions are for the appointees themselves. You will have been put in a position of authority to execute the will of the people, and you must hold firm on that. You should hear the arguments of career staff on the policy matters, just as you have to hear the arguments from the public as to where the policy should go. But the ultimate policy decision rests with the president and the executive branch and the policies implemented by that administration.
Yeah. Your only job is to execute the whims of the president, no matter what he tells you.
So do not give in on that.
Oh, God.
You could have a lopsided system of comments, and you could expect some. The left will really organize these postcard campaigns to flood the agency with comments to try to say that the public is opposed to it. So even if they have a more successful commenting strategy in terms of volume, it doesn't mean you're bound by simple majority rule to go one way or the other, right? So what does matter are the substantive comments. Every substantive comment has to be responded to, because if you don't, you're going to invite a lawsuit that will enjoin and block your rule, and all the work you've done for a year to a year and a half will go up in smoke. The left is going to try to block every one of our rules by going to very liberal judges in hand-picked districts. They did that under the Trump administration. They'll do it in any future conservative administration as well. If you do not respond to a substantive comment, they will have known this, and they'll go to a judge and say, Your Honor, they had the obligation to respond. They did not respond. Please block the rule. And a liberal judge will say, well, thank you. You've just made it very easy. I don't have to get into the weeds of saying whether or not it was lawful or unlawful on the merits. They did a technical foul. Therefore, I have the ability to block the rule, and then that rule is now tied up in court.
Yeah, because your regulations are bad. You are basically you are creating a government killing machine. Yeah, your regulations and your decisions should be struck down. Yeah.
Court and enjoined and not in effect. You do not want that to happen, which means you have to make sure that no comment was left behind or missed, which means you should actually pay very close attention to the most sophisticated comments, because they will generally include the major arguments. So focus heavily on the advocacy organizations, the sophisticated comments, and then you'll get a good sense of, okay, these are the main arguments we absolutely have to deal with. Once you have that process in place, address every comment. It does not mean that you have to have the winning argument in every respect. You should, and you have to make every effort to have that result. But I'm speaking legally. Even if you get a draw on the merits, you responded to the argument, the judge is bound to say, well, there are equal arguments on either side. Agency, they get the ties. The tie goes to the agency, and the rule stands. It's even more generous than that. As long as you have a reasonable basis for your rule. If it's a policy dispute, it's a policy dispute, and elections have consequences. And a judge is not empowered to say, but this is a better policy compared to the agency policy. Judges aren't supposed to be policymakers. Federal agencies aren't supposed to be policymakers, but the way they are now, that's what they do. So if you're going to be that policymaker, win the policy argument on the merits. But know that in court, if it's a dispute over policy, you should win anyway, which means the crucial part is make sure every argument is addressed and you spell out your reasons. The technicalities matter. Here are some of the technicalities you're going to have to deal with. Paperwork Reduction Act. There are limits on how much you could produce without doing a proper analysis of the paperwork impact. Plain language requirements. Your regulation should be in plain language. Tribal consultations. Did you consult with federal tribes? That's a big one. Sometimes you're required to, and you don't want to end up in a position where you didn't consult the tribes when you're required to, and you got to go back to the drawing board. Impact on small businesses. Impact on federalism. Impact on families, that's a very important one for conservatives. We have to be very strong on how this rule helps American families instead of hurts them. You have to do all these technical analyses on these major rules. Make sure you go through that process. And if
yeah. Don't skip any of the processes of doing your job. That's generally frowned upon. Like, again, I've been asking this the entire time. Is the core audience of who they're expecting to sign up for this absolutely, completely brain dead? Because, like, most people don't need to be told, hey, don't skip an entire component of your job. You know, like, most people don't need, like, a training video to be like, don't skip washing the dishes at the restaurant. You know, like, that's... Like, we're at really basic level stuff here.
It turns out to be a template. There's a checklist that's pretty well developed. Just make sure you go through the checklist and you're going to be fine. Here is the key legal standard. The phrase arbitrary and capricious is something you're going to come to know and love as a regulator.
Really?
That is the standard that actually governs you under the Administrative Procedure Act. That is the #1 basis for lawsuits against your regulations. There's the technical fouls, and then there are the substantive fouls. The substantive ones are whether or not you engaged in reasoned decision making. Remember how I said earlier you could come in with an agenda, you could come in with pre-planned strategies. You still have to spell it all out as to why this is good policy. You cannot simply say, because this is what the American people want. You have to say, here are the reasons why this is good policy. Once you spell it all out, the left is going to attack you and say, well, those reasons aren't good enough. That's not the legal standard. The legal standard is, are those reasons arbitrary and capricious? It's a pretty low bar to pass.
Gotta look out for that.
The left, though, is going to push hard on that. They're going to try to go after you by saying, well, you argued X here and you argued the exact opposite elsewhere in your rule.
Yeah, they're gonna point out hypocrisy. Oh man, that's crazy. What unreasonable dicks.
Be aware of that. That could open you up to an arbitrary and capricious challenge. Consistency is extraordinarily important on this. If you take a position in a rule as to how this rule is going to do some good for the country, you can't later on in a rule say that it's actually a bad thing if the rule is going to have that effect. It makes it sound arbitrary and capricious. Capricious, that sort of things deals with questions of favoritism. If you're doing things that aren't really in the public interest, things that act on a whim, the way you could get in trouble there is if you just don't spell out the reasons. If the courts suspect there's something going on behind the scenes that is really driving this decision making, you might get some suspicion that could end up enjoining your rule. There are limits into how far a court could probe into that question, but don't give them the excuse. All of your rulemaking is going to have good, strong policy rationales. We've outlined so many of them in our Project 2025 book, The Mandate for Leadership. You're going to have plenty to work with. If you have done the due diligence and gotten the studies and gotten input from advocacy groups, etc., and built that record, you're going to be fine. But you have to show your work. That is the name of the game. Show your work, and then you'll be able to survive the legal challenges that are absolutely going to come.
It sounds like an awful lot of work, ironically. I can't handle it. What if I want to stay home and watch my conservative anime?
I'll give you a few examples where things...
Gurren Lagann. That's a conservative anime. Or Star Trek Lower Decks. That's a conservative anime.
Things didn't go right in the rulemaking process. We had one rule where we took comments, and because of the time pressures, we used sampling instead of reading each individual comment. Now, in various areas, sampling is perfectly appropriate to find and get a representation of what the arguments are. A court struck it down. They said that was cutting a corner. Every single comment has to get an eyeball on it, or you use the proper deduplication software. You can't take samples and say that's representative. That's a violation. Avoid giving the left any excuse on technicalities.
That's right. You read all those comments. It's going to be the worst part of your day, but you got to read those comments.
Another case, we had rulemaking.
Which, by the way, really does indicate why you should make very lengthy comment on conservative regulations like this, because it genuinely does prevent and slow down their decision-making process.
Where a federal judge said, well, there was another court decision that came out 3 days before you finalized the...
No, exactly, Ms. Molina. Like, this is just the weaponization of bureaucracy. He's trying to, you know, essentially turn it into a bear trap.
Rule. Even though you publicly published the rule, but 3 days beforehand, this court decision came out. It was arbitrary and capricious for you not to take into account that
ChatGPT can finally be used for good.
Decision. That was a wrong court decision. It was a left-wing judge trying to do left-wing things. But you see how far it goes. That delayed us and tied us up, and it was quite effective in blocking our rule. So that's one thing to consider. Think ahead. What are the arguments that the left can make to say you failed to consider X? What is that X? So long as you identify it and consider it. And
yeah, no, like, nope, I'm not gonna, federal agents, you're not gonna get me today. Never mind. Carry on.
Give your reasons. That should be enough. So look around the corner. This is a game of 3D chess. You have to be always anticipating what the left is going to...
Why? Why'd you do that? There we go.
...to do to try to throw sand in the gears and trip you up and block your rule. So what if you're the actual worker bee working on a regulation for the first time?
What if you're a literal bee, like Jerry Seinfeld in the Bee Movie? You know, the movie about a bee who starts dating a woman, like a fully grown adult woman. That was weird.
Time. It could appear to be very daunting. It's highly technical in many ways. It's highly legal in a lot of ways, but don't be intimidated. Use models of previous regulations as a template. Rely on that and say, okay, this is how it's done. Right now, start getting familiar with regulations is something I recommend to everybody. File a
A bee could probably kick this guy's ass. It's one of the funnier statements I've read in chat in a long minute.
Comment on regulations. Again, it's available to everybody in the public. You go to regulations.gov, you find a comment you're interested in, especially now under Biden, you file a comment in opposition.
We need to play 5B chess. We need to be a step ahead of the left. They're into furries. We have to go beyond.
And you explain the reasons why. And lo and behold, they are on the other side, have to read and respond to your comment. That's incredibly powerful. And once you get familiar with that process, you can see what it's like on the other side when you start to draft the agency regulations. You have to be aware of where that regulation fits in with the broad scheme of other regulations. It could be part of a multi-faceted regulatory regime. It could be something that's a standalone. You got to be aware of the context of where your piece fits in. Are you using any terms of art that are defined elsewhere in the code? How are you using it, right? The word person, for example, there's a default definition of the word person in federal statutes. Are you going to stick with that, or do you mean something else? Do you need to define terms? A lot of regulations will have a section of definitions, so you could define your terms so you know exactly what it is you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, but by the way here, he's describing ways you can kind of weasel around existing regulations if you don't want to like repeal them outright, and that's just by redefining terms and therefore how they are then interpreted in like the regulations that currently exist.
And then when it comes to the regulatory text itself, you're generally requiring somebody to do something or else, right? Most regulations are that form. You're requiring somebody, which means you have to identify that somebody, to do something, identify the act, or else. What are the consequences of noncompliance? All those things are very important to put in place. And once you think through that process, that will help you with your regulatory impact analysis. If you know who's going to be impacted, who's going to be affected, and how, you could put that into your economic analysis, and your RIA to make sure that all your arguments are supported and you flag all the consequences of your rulemaking. Now I'm going to focus a bit on time. When you are a political...
Time, just the concept of it. Pretty wild, huh? Space and time now. It's one thing, huh? Crazy.
Appointee, your most precious commodity is your time. The clock is ticking. I had a colleague of mine who had a reverse countdown that showed how many days, hours, and minutes were left for the first 4 years of the administration. And I was on his desk and he could see it every day. And I recommend some of you do the same thing. Be aware of that ticking clock. One of the errors we made in the previous administration was we spent too much time in the interagency process and in the regulatory drafting, so that when those inevitable court challenges came, we didn't have enough time to litigate it all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. What ended up happening is we would get enjoined at the district court level, and then it'd go up to the appeals, we'd get to the appeals, and unfortunately, so many of our regulations ended there because
they were just unconstitutional, gosh darn it.
The Biden folks came in and they immediately abandoned the defense of those rules. Of course, they should have been defending legitimate rules. If they wanted to change it, they should propose replacements, but they abandoned the rules at the courts. Now, that means we'll be able to do the same, which is why the Biden administration is rushing to get their regulations through before that clock is ticking. So you must have the timeline in your head. It'll take this much time to do the analysis, to compile the evidence, to issue the NPRM, to receive the comments, to sort the comments, to respond to the comments, and to finalize a rule explaining our response to the comments. It's one thing I should have mentioned earlier. When you finalize a rule, you must actually respond to the comments in writing there. You show your work, and that's what I meant by showing your work. Time it so that you could...
He's literally talking as if he's trying to describe how third graders should answer on their math test. You know, like, and now I need you to show your work. Show your work. Show that you read all the comments. I'm going to know if you half-ass your assignment, okay? I'm going to know if you stand up there and just make up what happened in the book. I've read the book, okay? You can't fool me.
Litigate all the way to the Supreme Court. One of our success stories on that front was the Little Sisters of the Poor case. Huh? If you remember...
No, that's not what teachers sound like. No. I'm sorry. I stereotype third grade teachers. I apologize. I love you.
The Obama administration, through Obamacare, had forced the Little Sisters of the Poor, an order of nuns, to help provide insurance coverage for contraceptives for fellow nuns. Clear violation of religious liberty. It was done through a regulation. It was litigated in the courts, and we, under Trump, undid that regulation based on an executive order. So here was a process. The president, early on in the administration, within a couple months of taking the oath, issued a religious liberty executive order, cited the Little Sisters of the Poor issue, and said the agencies should consider rulemaking. HHS took those orders, did the internal meetings, issued the NPRM, took the comments, did the rule in final form with enough time to litigate it all the way to the Supreme Court, where we won. That is a success story that needs to be replicated.
Wow. That'll inspire your children of how you destroyed an evil regulation. Wowee, this is better than Goku versus Frieza.
The reason we succeeded there is because it was done at the very beginning with that executive order, the marching orders that opened up all the doors. The interagency process was difficult, but it happened in a timely fashion, and we were able to get that permanent victory.
Permanent victory. Just keep in mind, if Republicans get in office again, they're going to have that permanent victory, folks. It's not really being left up in the air here. They're going to have a victory that cannot be undone. They're not being subtle about it in their plans. like, at all.
That's your goal, to get those permanent regulatory victories. One of the most fulfilling aspects of my time serving in the Trump administration was in my role as a regulator, especially during COVID. You'll remember that in the middle of COVID, hospitals were turning people away to make space and save beds for people with COVID. This means that many treatable illnesses were being left behind and people's lives were being put at risk. There was a question as to whether or not doctors could do remote telehealth because of HIPAA regulations. As a regulator, we took the policy position that we would not enforce HIPAA under those circumstances. And from that came the explosion of telehealth that we are now experiencing today. It was in my role as a regulator, we were able to take those decisions that I believe saved lives. And that just gives you an example of the tremendous satisfaction you could get if you choose to serve in the capacity as a regulator. You don't have to be the decision maker yourself. You don't have to be the decision maker yourself. You could be supporting it.
You left that flub in? You could have just edited that out. You didn't have to leave it in. I mean, I'm kind of glad you did, but you didn't have to.
You could be drafting the regulations. You could be working on the guidance. You could be coming up with the policy justifications that will save lives. At the end of the process, after all the hard work, if you've done it such that you did the work at the front end, you follow the rules, you got it through litigation, you did it in enough time to go all the way to the Supreme Court, you'll look back and say, I made a difference. And it's a story you'll be able to tell with pride to your kids and grandkids.
You're going to have a story, that's the story you're going to tell with pride to your kids and grandkids about how you, like, opened the door to allow drinking water in their hometown to be poisoned with mercury from the nearby mines. That's the story you're going to tell them? Okay, I mean, you do you, I guess.
By saying when the time came and I was called to serve, I did my part.
When the time came and I was called to serve by ExxonMobil, I said, yes, sir, I'll do it for a $2 million bonus. And that's why we don't have the rainforest anymore, Timmy.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Again, just ghoul after ghoul in these Project 2025 videos. Like, this guy is an anti-LGBT lawyer activist who represented a company that stole artifacts from Iraq in order to build a biblical Bible museum in Washington, D.C. Like, these people are divorced from reality. They should not be taken seriously. And yet, unfortunately, we are in the unenviable position that we have to take them seriously because they are literally in the videos we're watching here, building up a plan to gut the system that currently makes everything function in our society. We're really on that precipice, you know? Oh, God. Anyway, we only have 5 more of these left, guys. Hold on to these precious moments. They're slipping through your fingers like tears in the rain. All right, folks. We have been going for an hour and a half now. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider those subs and donos, folks, because that is what makes this show possible. I would not be able to go through every single Project 2025 video unless you guys were supporting the show. You are what make this possible, and I really, really appreciate it. They're like, if the rotten banana peel I stepped in today was a person. Wait, Foxbat, did you comedically slip on it? I need to know. Trump on Univision, huh? Yep. We're going to do one more Project 2025 video. And then we're going to do Trump at Univision. It's going to be glorious. Blade Runner mentioned? I know. I've seen movies. He wants to return to lead paint in order to block those harmful 5G signals. Oh, God.
These Project 2025 videos are like entry-level management training videos, not political appointees.
Yeah, not political appointees to some of the most powerful positions in our government. You know, like these are positions that are just like half a step below like cabinet positions in some cases. God. Anyway, Simrak, thank you for the $5 super chat. Bringing some of that BWA spirit. Do we have any more Oilers in chat? Oilers? 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 The dono ghost is getting hungry. And it grumbles for donos. Yes, you did slip comedically on the banana peel, and you made a funny sound. Did you, like, did other people look at you and go and gasp, and then you were like, waka waka, and then you got up spryly? I work as a pharmacy tech, and people are literally still filling ivermectin scripts to help with COVID symptoms. Oh man, that's so dumb. It's so goddamn dumb. I swear, like, there's probably a pretty big statistical swing in Kamala Harris's favor, directly attributable to conservatives just willingly throwing themselves into the meat grinder of COVID. God. It's really terrible. Not to mention J.D. Vance being their man on the inside to ensure that even if Trump is somehow 100% telling the truth, when he has zero idea about Project 2025, Vance will be there to whisper what they want. Exactly. Exactly, Nelson J.D. You get it. Like, J.D. Vance is the guy. Like, the reason he's there is because he's the Heritage Foundation guy. Donald Trump might not know all the details about Project 2025, though he certainly does know about it and endorses it and is working with the Heritage Foundation because he's aware of the Heritage Foundation. They are a big, big player in DC politics. He absolutely knows them, and he absolutely knows about this plan. God. Do we got any more subs? More donos? Huh? Huh? All right. We got to do one more Project 2025 video because I would really like to finish them this week. I'd like to get all these videos out there before the election. So, we are going into the next video, which, well, one second. Let me give it a proper intro. Just taking a look. This one's 30 minutes. And then, okay. Tao Kadib. Kadib, thank you very much for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate that. What fresh hell are we in for this time? We'll see. Does it have to be at normal speed? Yes. Maybe. We'll see. So this one is 30 minutes long, which we can do. The one after that is 17 minutes long. And the one after that is 53 minutes long. So I think those will pair nicely to be like about an hour long. Kind of similar to what we're doing today with the two we're covering. And then the one after that might be the long haul. That'll be our final boss because it is an hour-long video followed by a 35-minute long video. And that will be hard to get through, but that will be our final push. And I think we can do that. I'd love to get these done this week. Are you guys with me? Are you guys with me in committing to eating our peas and carrots before we jump into other content for the rest of this week? Huh? Are you with me? I need your support. We're with you? Do I have your axe? Is there still time to apply for these jobs? I think it might be too late, Mr. Miyagi. I'll turn on notifications. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I feel that I'm ready after this training. Hell yeah. Okay. Thank you, chat. You keep getting moderated? Oh, Orion's End. I had to turn on strict moderation settings on my Twitch channel. So the auto mod is just constantly picking up stuff like on your previous comment, Mexican criminals, the phrase got flagged. But I have to like manually allow every comment. And if I'm talking, like sometimes I don't have time to go click over there, you know, I'm doing other things. But the auto mod is just very zealous. Because supposedly I'm on the front page of Twitch as a trans gay streamer, part of their lineup, but still have never seen any boost from that, by the way. You have my floof tail? Hell yeah, Keat Ascended. Be a year-long featured Twitch streamer, turn on strict moderation, you'll get these benefits. 0! Exactly, Holly Hoomst. You get it. Was the bads being bad? Nah. Guess I'm the non-dono ghost now? Exactly. Beep boop boo. You gotta use the slurs for trans and gay to get maximum engagement. Honestly. Alright, folks. Time for us to jump into another segment. We're knocking them out today. Try to fix my makeup. Okay. No palate cleanser? No palate cleanser. We need donos for palate cleansers. All right. Hitting the button. Segment time, baby. So, folks, we are now 5 videos away from finishing our Project 2025 training. We're going to knock out an additional one today. And this one is called the Oversight and Investigations. I mean, let's find out about oversight and investigations. Things probably Trump people need to know about, because there's definitely going to be some investigations at some point that they may or may not be the target of. Let's find out. Also, big thanks to ProPublica for finding these and releasing them to the public. These are really, really fascinating watches and insights into the fascistic machinery of the Republican Party. Really do appreciate it.
You took the course? You applied for the job?
Oh my god, he has way too much energy after that last guy. Oh my god.
You got the job.
Why is this filmed like a 90s training video for McDonald's? Why is he dressed like it's a 90s training video for McDonald's?
You moved to D.C. You're excited. You started. Boom! You're under investigation. Front page of the New
Wait, what? Wait, you're excited. You moved to Washington, D.C. and then you just are instantly under investigation? I feel like there's a missing middle part here between those two things. That really got out of hand. Boom, you do a crime.
New York Times. It's called Oversight and Investigations. And that's what we're going to talk about today and what you need to know before you go in as a political appointee.
Okay, I don't mean to be mean here, but he kind of looks like Tommy Boy, right? Like, I'm waiting for the camera to cut away to him rolling down a hill. Comedically.
In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing
We're just
less
gonna
than a
turn this
miracle.
down. At least they're just gonna teach you how to use a shredder. Yeah, I guess so. I censored myself for obvious reasons. Excellent. Good job. He's got way too much energy for this. Yeah, he you know, maybe those trans girls doing lines on Twitter shared with him. You know, who can say? Anything's possible in Biden's America. I think this is just a him thing. He looks like he's been investigated and just assumes it's normal. Oh. Now, trust me, I've been investigated so many times in my political career. I was investigated at least 6 times in my first week of being on the job. You know, you go to one office party, am I right, folks? God. He lives in a van down by the river. With DC rent prices, he's forced to live in a van down by the river.
Oversight and Investigations course. I'm Mike Howell, and I run the Oversight Project here at the Heritage Foundation.
Okay, what kind of ghoul are you? Let's find out. Mike Howell, Heritage Foundation. Okay. Mike joined the Heritage Foundation in October of 2018 from the Department of Homeland Security, Office of the General Counsel, where he was the chief legal point of contact for the department's 3,000 lawyer office for all congressional oversight and investigations. Prior to joining the Trump administration, he was on Capitol Hill for 5 years as an attorney for both the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee and the House Oversight Committee. During this time, he worked under Senator Ron Johnson, Jason Chaffetz, and Ron DeSantis. Cool stuff. He led investigations into the Obama administration controversies, like security failures at the Secret Service, corruption at the Department of Homeland Security, the handling of overseas terrorism incidents. Okay, so he's basically a ghoul of the system and by the system. You know, he was essentially a bureaucrat that they can now weaponize for the purposes of destroying the bureaucracy.
Which, as the name indicates, is our Oversight and Investigations arm. Previously, I was on Capitol Hill for a number of years as an oversight attorney. And then when President Donald J.
Also, fun fact that you don't really need to know, but apparently you can go to the Heritage Foundation and you can just download headshots for every single person who works there. So you can just download a nice PNG headshot of this guy. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but there's even a little button that says you can. They're encouraging you to do it.
Trump won, I went into the Department of Homeland Security to help out with oversight matters there. And joining me today are my good friends and colleagues, Tom Jones and Michael Ding. And we'll kick it over to Michael to introduce himself.
Thank you, Mike. As Mike said, we are here for the Oversight and Investigations course. I am currently an attorney at America First Legal Foundation. Before that, I also was at the Department of Homeland Security handling oversight. And before that, I handled oversight investigations at the House Oversight Committee.
Tom?
Hey, thanks, Mike. My name is Tom Jones. I run the American Accountability Foundation. AAF's job is to vet the individuals that the Biden administration sends up to serve in senior positions in the federal government. Before that, I ran an opposition research firm for a large Republican consulting firm. And prior to that, I ran the Oppo shop for Cruz for President in the 2016 campaign.
So let's jump right into it. Pretend for a moment we're fast forwarding. Boom, you got the job. Congrats.
What is with his delivery? I'm trying to figure out what about it is hitting me in such a comedic way. It is the fact that he sounds like he's about to deliver a joke, but I keep waiting for the joke and nothing happens. Like, with fast forwarding and then boom. You find yourself at an amusement park. You're 10 years old, and you fast forward, and suddenly you find a Zoltar machine, and it tells you your future, and boom, next day you wake up, and suddenly you're 45 years old, and boom, you're in the Trump administration, and boom, wow, how did you get this far? You know, you wanted to work at a toy shop, but now you're overseeing the destruction of the bureaucratic state. It really is a rags to riches story, if there ever was one.
Congratulations, you're in the next administration. Things are going well. You moved your family to D.C., but all of a sudden you're in the front page of the New York Times and you get a subpoena for Congress. You're under investigation. So to better respond to this and to prepare for it, let's talk about what that really means. And when we talk about oversight and investigations, what we're going to do is break it out into 4 categories. The first will be congressional oversight. The second will be the Inspectors General community and the Government Accountability Office.
Okay.
Third, we're going to talk about the Freedom of Information Act, which we'll refer to as FOIA. And then lastly, we'll talk about opposition research and the media. So let's just jump right into it. And I'll start with you, Michael. What is congressional oversight and what should a potential administration official be prepared for?
Well, Mike, as we've seen before, it depends on who controls the 2 houses of Congress. But as we've seen, when the opposition party is in control of one of the branches of Congress, they seem to utilize aggressive congressional oversight tactics to try to embarrass the administration that you're now working for. What you have to do is be mindful that everything you do, whether it's legal or not, they're going to come after you. Even if it's something you believe in, you're executing on the policies that you joined.
Well, wait. Even if it's something you believe in, that doesn't matter if you're breaking the law, bro.
This administration to advance, they will find every way to embarrass you along the way for implementing those policies and serving the American people.
And Tom, what are some of those ways? What tools does Congress actually have at their disposal to conduct oversight?
Yeah, so they have a lot of tools at their disposal. I mean, at the extreme level, they have the subpoena. They can request documents and lawfully force you to turn them over to Congress for their inspection and for public inspection. So that's at the extreme end, but the more intangible tools that Congress has are almost more powerful. What they can do is they can haul you up before the committee, embarrass you, force you not to answer questions, and make you look like you're obstructing and you're not doing the business of the American people. So what they have...
You know, they could put you up in front of a bunch of people and they could say a bunch of very true things about your performance record, and it's very embarrassing. And they can say things like, you're trying to destroy democracy. And it makes you feel pretty bad because you know what? Yeah, you are. And it really makes you think about yourself in ways you really don't want to. And it's very uncomfortable.
Have a wide variety of things kind of in between that. They can call witnesses in for depositions and make you sit down, answer a lot of questions, and really put you in a box that if you get the answer wrong, you place yourself in legal jeopardy down the road, or more importantly, make it look like the administration is lying. You know, they can cut the budgets. If Congress is effectively doing its job, they can say, look, we think this agency's been obstructing. We've got the power of the purse. We're going to cut off their funding. So they've got a lot of tools, and maybe most importantly among those, the bully pulpit to call your activities to account and really kind of drag you out into public and make people pay attention to what you've been doing and, you know, particularly highlight that it's problematic.
So, Michael, how does this work in practice? You're in the administration, the previous one. Is it Mr. Congressman investigator just calls up a random political appointee, or are there processes in place, officials to deal with it? How's it work?
Well, that's a good question, Mike. It seems like over the years and decades, Congress on the one hand and the executive branch on the other, they've more or less settled into customs and procedures for how these investigations take place. What typically happens first is a member of Congress or perhaps a chairman of a committee will write a formal letter to your head of agency expressing their concerns, maybe requesting some documents,
and saying, hey, are you actually doing your job? What's this I hear about you trying to repeal the regulation that requires inspections on weight-bearing parts of apartment complexes? Why are you getting rid of that? Why are you getting rid of that one, Ted?
Some pieces of information, and it kind of snowballs from there. Things can escalate. Documents might need...
It really escalates quickly out there. And if you're not paying attention, it can really blow up. Literally.
To be produced, and potentially witnesses might need to be called and interviewed. And, you know, for you as a potential political appointee, you certainly have to be careful about that. You know, something, just to jump in here, something that Tom mentioned earlier was about there's a potential risk of legal jeopardy. And so I would, you know, stress that, you know, in my experience and in Mike's experience being counsel at a department, the lawyers there, even if they're also a fellow political appointee, they represent the agency as their client. So if you as an individual are under investigation, that would be a good time to realize that you might need independent legal counsel.
Oh, really? If you're being investigated by the government, you might need legal counsel. That's crazy. I'm so glad I got this advice. I never would have guessed.
And just general advice for any political appointee out there, there's certain insurance plans you should get where you will get the counsel you need, and it could be very expensive potentially, whether it's Congress investigating you or OIG investigating you or God.
All of this sounds extraordinarily bad, like bad to the point of like, hey, you could really ruin your life.
God forbid, criminal prosecution taking place.
Tom, I got a perfect question for you, and it's because you've laid these traps for the other side before. What should a political appointee going into administration not do? What are the mistakes to avoid?
What should they not do? Well, they shouldn't break the law, unless they really, really need to and are asked directly by the president with some assurances of a pardon.
Avoid the common pitfalls.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I think this is really important. As a new political appointee, you have an opportunity to go into the job with a blank slate. Because you always have to remember your conduct, whether it's before you join the administration or during the administration, is going to reflect on the principal you staff and ultimately on the president. So really some due diligence is kind of cleaning up your profile before you get in there. And look, like, I know everybody loves social media. Nothing good comes of Twitter. Nothing good comes of Facebook. So to the maximum extent.
Please stop using social media, because you all can't stop being racist. It's a really big problem, guys. You keep saying racial slurs on social media.
Possible that you can lock these things down and clean up the stupid things that we all say, and do.
Which stupid things do we all say? Because you know, I'm starting to think that there might be some stupid things that you're saying that I'm not saying. What things do you mean?
Do it with a critical eye. You're going to save yourself a lot of trouble down the road. Like people think the internet's forever, but it's actually not. If you can get in front of clean.
Oh man, this is some bad advice right here. People say the internet's forever, but they're wrong. And I'm a guy who knows a lot of things about how to clean a hard drive. Wait, what? What? Whoa!
Cleaning up some of this stuff and locking it down, you do yourself a really significant service. We were very frustrated by some of the noms who were controversial. I spoke to people who knew these people, and they're like, this guy said all kinds of crazy stuff in this Facebook group he's on. I was like, that's awesome. Send me a screenshot. And they're like, oh, yeah, he's deleted it. And if it's gone, it's really difficult to get that information. So you need to go back and to the maximum extent, clean that up. Look, there's some stuff, if it's ended up in the newspaper, there's only so much you can do with it. So you have to come in, you have to be forthright.
If it gets into the newspaper, man, then it's not just stuff we all say, is it?
With the people in the Office of Presidential Personnel and at the agency and say, look, there's this thing. And you need to let them make the decision of, okay, well, we know this is a thing and we can deal with it and we have ways to manage it, or hey, this is just too much. It's too much trouble it's worth. We'd love to have you here, but it's not going to work. So you really need to be forthright with folks, because the last thing people want to be is surprised by some stupid thing you said in the student newspaper at college, or something that's going to come back, and they have to answer, hey, why did we hire this chucklehead who said all these terrible things?
This is actually scary. Well, yeah, like These guys want to destroy our democracy. That they have been recruited specifically for that purpose. Even the silly ones that we've watched while going through all these, and there have been some silly ones, but these guys are like a bunch of, blundering incompetence for the most part, but some of them are competent enough to be scary, and I think these are the ones that are competent enough to be scary. Remember that that priest, that Orthodox priest from like the 3rd video in this series? Like, the competent bureaucrats are terrifying when they are recruited to this particular mission, because they know how to pull the levers of power to destroy the function of the system.
Things
the
years
Rasputin
ago
lookalike,
that are
exactly.
completely out of step with the president's agenda. So you really need to get in front of those clean them up to the maximum extent you can, and come up with good answers for what's happened beforehand.
That's great advice. You don't want to be a chucklehead.
No.
So
Can we get that as a sound clip? Can we get that as a sound clip, because that was pretty good.
let's turn
Beforehand.
That's great advice. You don't want to be a chucklehead.
No.
So
That's great advice. You don't want to be a chucklehead.
let's turn this to more an optimistic note. So, Michael, what are ways that you could work with congressional oversight to further the president's agenda?
On it. Thank
Mike,
you, Gamer G.
so,
You're doing the Lord's
As we
work.
talked about, there will be folks out there trying to lay traps for you. On the other side, Congress, at the end of the day, there's a bipartisan aspect of it. So there's a majority and there's a minority. And when one side is trying to investigate you and embarrass you, the other side of that same committee will have staffers and members that might want to work for you, that might agree with the policies that...
Go!
Rasputin is cool. That weirdo Orthodox priest is not.
Thank you for the $5 dono, Olympians. And true, Rasputin coming back from the dead in the stories is pretty cool.
you are implementing, that the president is advancing. And so that is an opportunity to work with them as well to try to get your side of the story across. Every hearing that the Hill has, every committee, they have rules where both sides get to ask questions. So when one side is asking a question, trying to take something you said out of context or trying to make a policy you implemented look bad, make sure that the other member on the other side of the aisle can give you the opportunity to rephrase that answer or to put it into context and tell your side of the story and sell your policy to the American people. Work closely with your fellow team members at your agency, whether they're in the Office of Legislative Affairs or the Office of General Counsel, and your boss, and just try to get that all coordinated ahead of time so you don't show up to a hearing and look like you get caught in one of these traps.
That's so true. The opportunities
So
are
true,
there
King.
because
So true.
so often in these environments, members are thirsty
So we're now
for
on
the
to
best
controlling
clicks,
the
the most
narrative and
clicks, and
getting
so there'll
away
be
with
the
the
opportunity.
illegal shit.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, yeah. I mean, that's what all of this has been about in a nutshell, too, you know? Also, thank you for the $5 dono, Olympians. I really appreciate everyone who's been dropping those subs and donos this stream. You are what allow me to continue doing this.
For them to over-leverage themselves and go too far and leave open the flank to a counter-assault, which really proves the point and, delegitimizes their efforts. Why don't we shift topics here? Because Congress isn't the only folks you should be worried about in oversight investigations. There's this whole other community of permanent bureaucrats that are out to look after your conduct. And what I'm talking about here are the inspectors general and the Government Accountability Office are two that come to mind. So, Tom, why don't you just explain what inspectors general are, IG and GAO?
Yeah, so the inspectors general are permanent staff within the agency that are responsible for rooting out fraud and abuse within the agency operation. And these are guys you don't want to get crossways with. These are guys that show up with badges and they can conduct investigations and they have the power to investigate in a way that really a lot of other investigative agencies and organs don't have. So they vary in the quality. Some agencies have outstanding inspectors general who are impartial, who are looking at rooting out fraud. Some agencies have guys that are kind of meh, they're less than stellar. But at the end of the day, you don't want to be in kind of the crosshairs because they can get information from outside sources or within the building that says, hey, we think there's a problem going on within this department. We think this political appointee's misbehaved, done misappropriated funds, used things outside the proper course, coordinated with political actors, and can really create a lot of difficult problems for you. The GAO has similar investigative abilities. They're an organ of the United States Congress and are often, when members of Congress and committees are concerned about problems within agencies and they want investigations, but they want to see them occur outside of maybe the partisan atmosphere of a congressional investigation, they may task the GAO to investigate, do an assessment. The GAO is regularly coming back and reporting on the functioning of programs and departments. So you don't want to be on the kind of the receiving end of GAO saying this program's been maladministered.
I like how this is basically a 30-minute long talk about how it's bad if the U.S. government starts investigating you and you need to take it seriously. Like, my God. My God.
Problematic. It's rife with waste because it's often congressional staff are like, where can we cut budgets? And the first place you go is, hey, let me grab the high-risk series from GAO. Let me grab their latest report because they have a lot of credibility because they're seen as impartial, even though they're part of Congress. And it's really difficult to push back against GAO if the GAO report comes back and says your program's rife with waste.
And those reports are something just Joe Public can go on the internet and get access to. So it's also probably a good idea if you know what department or agency you want to go into, look at what GAO and the IG have said about it before, because that's what you're going to get asked about either by the IGs or Capitol Hill. Michael, I want to see if you wanted to add some more color to what Tom said, maybe share some experiences with IGs and GAO. I know you have a lot of those.
Yeah, with GAO, as Tom mentioned, they're supposedly nonpartisan, independent, and also Congress and not executive branch, which certainly presents some trickier constitutional law issues there. So on the one hand, you have OIG, and as Tom mentioned, they're hardcore investigators, right? Some of these guys have badges and guns, so you don't want to be in their crosshairs. And it's in some ways harder to push back on those investigations. It's almost like dealing with law enforcement. But GAO, they kind of walk this gray area, so navigating is kind of tricky. As always, I suggest any political appointee to immediately loop in their supervisor and or the Office of General Counsel and kind of mediate that relationship. Because at the end of the day, if they're a part of Congress, they also have to adhere to some of the dynamics that are present inherently between co-equal branches of government.
Gamer G, you're wonderful. Thank you so much.
Sometimes they need to preserve their relationship with your agency in a way that provides them access, an ease of access for their regular audits, their investigations. So if they get carried away with what they share with Congress immediately without respecting the executive branch privileges, they might lose some access to that, and they also don't want to hurt their relationship that they've built over the years, working very closely with your agency. So navigating that, it's a little tricky, but it's not necessary.
There is a surprising amount of this that is basically like, you need to build social bonds in Washington, otherwise you're useless to us. We need you to be able to emotionally blackmail people in Congress, okay?
Necessarily the case that they can get whatever they want just because they asked for it. At the end of the day, they are an arm of Congress, which is a co-equal branch of government, and so they have to respect those norms.
Yep, absolutely. And on IGs, they work for the executive branch, which is going to be led by you all watching this. The political management of the bureaucracy is something I know is spoken about a lot.
God. Amy Schumer, where? Do I look like Amy Schumer? I don't think so. No, I don't see it.
A lot of these other courses. So I got an absolute softball for Tom because I know his thoughts on this. Should the next administration exercise their authority to select and appoint their own IGs?
Yeah, most certainly. And, I'm a firm believer in the unitary executive and that they should have control of the people that work within that government. So yeah, 100%. I'm confident the next.
I mean, I don't think Amy Schumer's ugly. I just don't think I look like Amy Schumer. Also, thank you for the $5 dono.
Administration can select among a large pool of competent investigators to ensure that waste, fraud, and abuse is rooted out. but also that there's not witch hunts to really target political adversaries, which I think is a concern with some of the IGs that have been around for a little bit too long.
That's absolutely correct. I mean, in a new administration, would you rather have some fresh eyes on programs, or Miss IG Debbie DC, who's been around for half a decade and is up to the same old stuff? It's fresh eyes, fresh administration, makes for better oversight and better political management.
Slander, gasp.
Now we're going to talk about the Freedom of Information Act, FOIA.
Oh God.
My favorite law, okay, but it's not effectuated as it should be, enforced as it should be. Michael, can you talk about what FOIA is, what it does, and what folks should know?
So the Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA, it's a federal statute that lets anyone request records from the federal government and whatever agency you're at. So there's a lot of laws about what is an agency or what is a record. What every political appointee needs to know is that all their communications, all their emails, all their calendars, that is all subject to FOIA, and anyone can request those records from a federal agency.
That's a frightening proposition, but...
Yeah, government transparency. Very frightening. Oh man, someone might actually be able to check if you're doing your job or not. The horror.
One that comes in very handy for, public accountability of the bureaucracy. So, Tom, why don't you add a little more color to that? How does it work?
Sure. So, fundamentally at its core, the Freedom of Information Act is a records access statute that, as Michael said, allows the public to access records. So what happens is groups like Heritage, groups like AAF, groups like AFL, they go and say, hey, I want this record. And as a political appointee, you really need to be conscious that while there are guardrails on what is a record, it's a pretty expansive definition. So a lot of the things that the federal government is a steward of is arguably a record. So what we can do is we can go and say, look, as long as we can reasonably describe the record in a way that a competent professional can find it, and that it's not subject to certain exemptions, we can get access to those. And those exemptions are important. We should probably discuss them. But in this light, as a political appointee, the adage we hear a lot now is like, wow, this meeting could have been an email. Well, in the federal government, this email probably should have been a meeting, because what you probably want to do is, if you need to resolve something, it's probably, if you can do it, it's probably better to walk down the hall, buttonhole a guy and say, hey, what are we going to do here? Talk through the decision, work it out. If you reduce it to writing, maybe you can protect it under some of these exemptions, but man, that's a lot of a fight. You're probably better off going down to the canteen, getting a cup of coffee, talking it through, and making the decision, as opposed to sending him an email and creating a thread that accountable.us or one of those other groups is going to come back and seek, and you're going to have to explain why you're withholding it, and you're going to fight in court. It's going to be a lot of expense. It's an email that's better resolved with a meeting.
Yep, and you mentioned emails a lot, but Michael, what are other records? Do Signal chats count as records?
Yeah, so that's where things get really tricky as a political appointee.
That's where things get a bit tricky. The answer is kind of yeah.
Especially, for those who've never worked in federal government before, there's plenty of apps and other messaging platforms out there, whether it's deleting messages, encrypted communications, or whatnot. But all the agencies under the federal government are governed by certain records retentions policies. So you have to be careful with whatever agency you're working at, that you're following those policies. That's another way that political appointees get into trouble sometimes, is they're using these encrypted chat platforms or self-deleting messages, and they are, in some sense, violating the law by deleting those. Because if you're conducting official business, whatever communication was transmitted to conduct that official business, that's a federal record, and it needs to be properly retained so that someone can request it under FOIA.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, no, and so I think that brings up an important point that's sometimes frustrating to me as a requester. If you're conducting official business on joe.smith@gmail.com about, hey, here's what the agency needs to do tomorrow, just because you're sending that email from joe.smith@gmail.com, that is still discoverable under FOIA and still should be produced under the current state of federal jurisprudence on this. So don't think just because, hey, let's take this offline. Taking it offline doesn't get you out from under FOIA, because look,
yeah, so basically they can use this law to absolutely screw you, all right? So you need to make sure whatever you do that you come up with some creative ways to get around FOIA, okay? Make sure that you just have a policy where you write cute messages to your confidants on Duraflame logs. You know, you write a message on the log, and then you put it in the fireplace, and you light it on fire, and they read it, they light it on fire, and no one's the wiser. You know, it's a lovely gift. I mean, not grift, a gift. You know, you need to find creative ways to communicate your illegal desires to your compatriots.
At the end of the day, the taxpayer is paying you to do this work, and the taxpayer should be expected to get this information back from you. You know, and you shouldn't be able to get out from under it because you stuck it in a Hotmail account.
Yep, that's absolutely correct.
Don't have to produce it if they don't.
Foot stop on this convo. So often in these congressional oversight disputes, where it ends up are questions of records retention. Yeah. I mean, look no further than the dispute with, President Trump versus the National Archives. It's about fundamentally records retention. These are where when Congress...
I mean, yeah, if you ignore which records were being retained.
And the executive branch get into conflict, they start fighting over whether the records were properly kept, and then you start abutting things that could have criminal penalties in terms of records retention. So it's very important to make sure you have solid information security processes in place, storage, etc., because that's how you can really get crosswise.
Yeah, and I think, particularly for younger people that are going to come into the federal government, don't behave electronically like you did with your friends in college or kind of your first job, because kind of the casual nature that we communicate nowadays is not appropriate for communications within the federal government. It really can come back to bite you. You send it what you think is kind of an offhand comment, and you end up in a FOIA production, and then you've got to explain it, and it's always going to sound worse than, you were just trying to be cool, or you're sending a quick email as you're walking to Starbucks. You really need to be careful. You really need to be disciplined, and you got to not let yourself kind of fall into the ease of conversation that things like, text messaging or Snap or any of these other things, Slack, let you do.
Please don't go to Washington, D.C. and get on the dating apps. Do not get on the dating apps in Washington, D.C. We've seen what you motherfuckers talk about on there. We know you're going to leak state secrets. At least keep it to War Thunder where we know where you're going to be.
It can be really disastrous when you have a Slack message waved up in front of you in front of a congressional hearing. I mean, look, like FTX had the daylights beaten out of them for approving ridiculous expenses in a Slack conference room. You can't be doing that kind of stuff if you're a federal employee, because it's going to come back. You're going to get whacked upside the head with it.
Right. And you got no say in whether it comes out. I mean, these things are stored on back-end, devices and central databases that...
Man, I made a joke earlier about these guys clearing their hard drives and having a lot of experience doing that, and I'm not being disabused of that notion right now.
Bureaucrats access to respond to the FOIA, so you might not even know if your deepest, darkest, most embarrassing emails have gone out the door already.
Dude, don't turn the bit into reality.
Let's shift, though, again into our final pillar. Oppo research, and we'll say / the media, because they're so often one and the same. Tom, you run essentially an Oppo research firm. You have before. What is Oppo research? Tell us about it.
Sure. Fundamentally, at its core, Oppo research is about storytelling. It's about gathering facts and presenting them in a way to tell a story. And I think the important thing that people coming to Washington need to understand and particularly remember about opposition research is Oppo guys like me, our responsibility is not to tell both sides of the story. Our job is to aggressively and thoroughly tell the story that we want to tell. Your job is to go fight it out on the other side of the story and tell your side, but you can't come in expecting to get a fair telling. That's not what...
Hey, Olympians!
I bet these motherfuckers have a button, program, keybind that scrubs their hard drive of everything stored on said hard drive.
Probably. Thank you for the $5 dono.
Oppo is, and that's not what the media is about. So what we look to do as opposition researchers is we look...
I just realized that the volume of the video might be very low, and I apologize for that.
...to pull facts and pull information from a person's history that tells a story that helps flesh out what we think we already know about this person. They're a radical leftist. They don't share our values. And we pull information, we put it together in a story that is persuasive and difficult for them to rebut, so that we create an indelible understanding in the public about who this person is, and makes it difficult for them to act within the political sphere, because they've been shaped by us in the narrative of here's who they are. So that fundamentally, it's about telling that story about someone else without their support.
And the fights over this often peak at the nomination process. And so maybe
the domination process? Tell us more.
Maybe add some color for folks as to they're going to be working on nominations, their bosses will be up for nominations. How does that all play out?
Yeah, you really need to anticipate these fights long before you get into them. I was talking about the guy who had cleaned up his Facebook. This was a guy that knew he was going into a very, very confrontational, very controversial position at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. He knew this was going to be a fight, so he got in.
What is the very controversial position at the Bureau of Tobacco and Firearms? Tell us a little bit more about that, maybe. A little worried now.
Front of it. He did a good job. It made it harder for me to find this information. So you have two sides that you have to do in this, what we call a vulnerability assessment. You need to treat your guy like he's your target. Treat him like the bad guy. Dig in and approach him from, if I was someone who wanted to drag my boss through the mud and blow up his confirmation, what would I do? Think like them. Okay, I'm going to pull this item from his history. All right, do I?
Okay, so make dossiers on your coworkers. Assemble your own internal lists on your own allies. Okay.
I haven't answered that. What do I say when they say, you wrote this article in law school that says such and such?
Please do not leak your password. Please don't make your password 1234 on your computer. Don't do that.
Such. Do you have a response? Do you need to have a response? So you need to go through and do all those things. Ideally, you want to do those things way before you get to the president intends to nominate. You want to clean all those things up, and you want to have the answers ready, and you want to sit down and you have what we call a murder board, where
this is actually what Oppo does, though. Yeah, but like that makes sense for people who do what this guy does, right? The people who are coming in are not this guy or people who've specifically specialized in this particular line of work. The people coming in are, salt of the earth types, in the words of Blazing Saddles. And they're just gonna hear, okay, don't post slurs on Facebook. Gotcha. Okay. Time to make lists of people in my department. I don't like that Stacy lady. That's what they're going to get out of this. They're not going to get out of this like, yes, this is what you do if you're doing OPSEC. Most of these videos have catered to the lowest common denominator, and I feel like this is one of the first videos to not do that, and I feel like it's going to completely miss the mark. Which, I'm happy to see. I don't want this to be effective training. So, knock themselves out. I'm glad.
You go through this really kind of terrible and unpleasant conversation where people ask you questions that are uncomfortable. You may not have good answers, and you work through those till you eventually get to the point, hopefully, where you say, yeah, this will be a little bit bumpy, but I've got good answers for everything. I can explain everything, and there's nothing out here in my past that we haven't discussed that I don't feel comfortable with. You want to do that thorough, because the last thing you want to do is have your boss up on the Hill asked a question about something in his past that you didn't talk about beforehand, because he's going to mumble, he's going to look stupid, he's going to look evasive. You need to have a clear answer that has been practiced but doesn't sound rehearsed. So you really need to spend the time.
Why do I, a simple country moron, know all of this already, though? Well, because you're not a simple country moron. If you were, you wouldn't be here.
To put them in that position to be effective, and you got to be thorough to do it.
It's heavy stuff. It's the price of admission, though, if you want to serve. Media. Michael, let's talk about media. I know America First.
The lion media, folks.
First Legals in the media all the time. You guys use it to put out your findings, your investigations. What's the role of media in this whole oversight investigations conversation?
Well, Mike, the media is how we get your story told. As Tom just said, this is all about storytelling at the end of the day. That's what a lot of Congress does, right? Like with their hearings. What's the point of doing a hearing if they don't get any media coverage? So with everything that's going on while you're there as a political appointee, you're trying to get your policies done. At the same time, other than thinking about the actual policy itself, which is complex stuff, right? This is the governance of the republic. It's not easy stuff. You also, though, have to keep in mind that how all your actions, all
God, his breathing is coming through the mic, and it's really weirding me out.
all your decisions are going to play out in the media. So that could be the policy itself and how it's rolled out, or also the deliberations that went into making that policy, right? Maybe you guys considered many options along the way. You have to wonder if you've put these things in writing or discussed it, if this gets out in a hearing or in a document release, how is that going to look? Did you pick the most reasonable option, or did you pick some other choice that there was another ulterior motive there or other hidden agenda? So those are all stories that people will tell, whether or not it is what actually happened, because they weren't there. They weren't there in the room with you making those policies. But you still have to be mindful that there might be a plausible story that someone can tell. So you need to, just like with the murder boards on Oppo Research as an individual under the gun, you also have to think about, how all the things you're doing are going to play in the media. And if there's a vulnerability there, someone's going to jump on it.
They absolutely are, especially when you account for the fact that 90% of the media is never going to give you a fair shake. So disabuse yourself of any notion, if I give one piece of advice here, that you're going to get a fair shake from the media. They're out to get you from day one. They're not on your side. If they're
the Lugenpresse. Yeah, we get it. We understand what team you play for, man. You're here.
They're presenting themselves as if they are, it's because they want to get you in a trap. So don't fall for it. Gentlemen, this has been a lot of fun talking about oversight and investigation.
Has it been a lot of fun talking about oversight investigation and how you're deeply worried that all of the people you're bringing on board are going to do crimes? Has that been fun for you? Okay.
But before we close it out, opportunity for closing thoughts, piece of advice. Tom.
Yeah, I think despite all the doom and gloom we presented for the last few minutes, it's a privilege to serve in the government. And you're going to have hopefully an exciting president who's really going to lead the way. So do it right and serve him well.
Man,
and it'll be the time of your life. And you can do it if you take some precautions and you're smart and you behave well and do the job well. But just be smart about it.
Michael?
Yeah, along the same lines there. There's certainly going to be traps there, but you're not going to be alone. You'll be there with a team. You'll have other political appointees there with you who are also there to serve the president, serve the country. You'll have, attorneys, people who specialize in media and public relations. You have people who specialize in dealing with Congress. So you're not going to be the one who's going to have to figure it all out. You can certainly fall back and, talk to them, and they're going to look out for you and look out for the president.
That's terrific. Gentlemen, thank you. This was a lot of fun, and thank you all for watching. I hope this was helpful.
Was it a lot of fun? I don't think it was a lot of fun, though. I think you made that up. Yeah, these people seemed unfortunately competent, and that always worries me in these training videos. Largely because they're giving good operational security advice, like they're doing good OPSEC, and they're also like they know exactly what the people they're making this video for are signing up to do. And they're trying to prepare them, hey, you're going to be investigated a lot while we do this fascist takeover of America. So we need you to be ready for that, because that's going to be like the main part of your job. So, absolutely worrying. These people cannot, under any circumstances, be allowed to hold power. Like, they got a taste of it, and now they just want it all for themselves. They want to strip you of your democracy. Don't let them do it.
So this video was basically saying, remember OPSEC.
Well, it's saying, remember OPSEC because you are going to absolutely be investigated because we're going to have you do illegal things and implement illegal regulations. Now, folks, we have been going for 2.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. Please consider dropping those subs and donos, folks, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I literally couldn't make this show without you guys. You are the ones who allow me to keep going, get this camera going on every day, all right? You're the ones that I get up in the morning to make 12 hours of content for every day in the content mines, all right? I do it for you. And a little bit for me so I can eat. Honestly, I would use this video to train my minions because it's actually quite good. Yeah. Especially if you were more evilly inclined. Ay. Do we got any Oilers out there? Oilers? For the riverboat? I love PBS Jack. That's my other name. Riverboat Jack and PBS Jack. The lady without eyebrows was the scariest person. True. Thank you again to whoever it was that gave me a sub. Can't remember the user, but thank you again. Oh yeah, Orion's End. 100% of the people in these videos are for cannon fodder. I mean, yeah, but in a legal sense, not a physical cannonball sense. I'm a temporarily embarrassed Oiler. That's actually a lovely term. I like it. Brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. Oh, my back. Oh, I'm getting so old. Oh, God. That's 1 minion. I don't know what that means, Archangel. Chumps for trumps. Indeed. Now, folks, we're going to move on.
To participate in the...
Oh, God. Okay. I'm really excited for this one. Okay. 1 second. Okay, 1 second. Want to set up something that I can use later. Just had a great idea, a game about fighting the right inside Capitol Hill on January 6th. I don't like that idea. Okay, 1 second. Content. Go to the live tab. Hover over the video you want to redirect. Click customization. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to raid so I can raid into Dead Domain when the stream is done. We're going to do the Trump Univision town hall in just a minute. Trains and Bullshit, thank you for the $5 dono.
Always replace your streamer's oil with fully synthetic 10W40 every 100 hours and replace the filter's knotters.
True. Trains and Bullshit, thank you for the $5 dono and for the very good advice. Customization. Ah, I see this now. Redirect. Oh, videos from other channels. Do. Wait a minute. What? 1 second. All aboard the dono train. I see. Huh. Oh, Dead Domain is wait, no, Dead Domain is live on YouTube. So why can I not redirect? One second. Maybe I can just copy and paste the URL here. Oh, okay. Here, I have to message them to redirect.
I'd quit a Republican is, but I wouldn't want one around my kids.
Michaela Rose, thank you for the $10 super chat. Bringing that BWA energy to the stream late night. I really appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. And 1 second. Add to the live redirect list in community settings. Add live redirect list in community settings. There we go. Yeah, Dead Domain's doing a 24-hour hurricane relief stream. We're going to raid in there, but we're going to finish doing content today first. Don't you know? Whoop, baby. Don't talk to cops. True. Folks, time for us to hit that segment button again because we're gearing up for another hot, steamy bit of content. But not like that. not like that. So, folks, we are about to dive into a Donald Trump town hall. And now this is coming at a pretty interesting time because Donald Trump has had a string of... I mean, if it were literally any other politician, it would be career-ending level gaffes. You know, famously, there was a Democrat who ran, like, I don't know, 10 years ago. Forget his name off the top of my head, but he went "Bia!" at a rally, and that was enough to sink him. That was enough to absolutely... Hey, Howard Dean. Thank you, Mr. Miyagi. That was enough to completely sink his chances. Donald Trump, however, stood on stage and, like, gyrated his hips for almost an hour to music without saying a word. And that's just completely ignored by mainstream media as if it's not, like, a sign that his brain is absolutely gone. So he's done that, but he also just pulled out of, like, the debate with Kamala Harris, a second debate with Kamala Harris. He also pulled out of a 60 Minutes interview. He's been pulling out of a lot of interviews lately, and, like, it's not hard to see why. We checked in with him at, like, the Detroit Economic Council or whatever event he was at very recently, and, like, he was asked what made him such a good father, and he wound up rambling about the death penalty for 8 minutes straight. Like, his brain is gone, guys. And I'm curious to see how he does in a town hall on Univision for Latinos, a group of people he has typically struggled to connect with, and his brain being as cooked as it is. So I'm interested to kind of see how all of these factors come together here, because I have a feeling we're about to see some majestic, some truly, like, inspired levels of buffoonery. So, and you know, maybe I could be wrong, but something tells me I'm not. So let's take a look here.
Public forum organized by Televisa Univision, in which they will be able to ask the candidates for the presidency of the United States directly, and thus decide who to vote for. Employment, health, immigration.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, sir. It's great to see you.
I would put on captions. They're not available. Sorry.
Back here in Univision. Thank you so much for doing this. Muchas gracias por
Well,
ser.
this is an honor, and I've never been my own host before, because today we're going to sort of be together for almost an hour, and I look forward to it. We've done really well with the Hispanic people, as you know. No Republican has ever done like this, and most people haven't, but I've had a great relationship. We've created a lot of jobs, and I think the numbers have broken every record, and I want to keep it that way, so we're going to have a good time today. Just very special people. Brilliant, energetic.
We have no standards these days.
You're a scented kitten. Thank you for the $5 dono, and true.
Somehow it just, they've attracted to me, I've attracted to them, and we look forward to having a big win. We're going to create a lot of jobs. We create jobs. That's what I do. Right next door, I own Doral, and a lot of you have seen that. A lot of you are from the area, and that's been a big success. We have tremendous numbers of Hispanic people going there and working there. So we're going to see what you have to say, and we're going to answer some questions. Hopefully they'll be extremely easy.
My grandmother is sadly fading to dementia, and the way Trump rambles reminds me a lot of how she can ramble. She's thankfully not an insane bigot on top, but the going is in circles, rambling, and repeating really reminds me of the way she speaks. Oh, Fenry, I'm sorry to hear that. It's absolutely not fun. My heart goes out to you.
Questions, but I look forward to being with you for a little while. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Welcome. Wonderful. Y bienvenidos a todos a esta
Welcome
noche
everyone to this historic night where Latinos, the voters elected by an independent company and convened by Univision News, will be able to ask the Republican candidate to the presidency, Donald J. Trump, in this, again, historic encounter.
She's been here for, the first time she voted was 16 years ago when she became an American citizen. Diana, tu pregunta, bienvenida, buenas noches.
Presidente Trump, buenas noches. El alto costo de la vida está muy alto.
Good evening, Mr. President. The cost of living is very high.
Antes una familia como la mía comprábamos $200 a la semana en comida. Ahora está en 350 y sigue subiendo.
A family like mine used to spend $200 approximately weekly for groceries. Nowadays, we're spending over $350, and that's increasing.
¿Qué piensa cambiar para mejorar la economía del país, especialmente para personas como yo?
What?
Oh God, my heart really goes out to this woman. Like, she's like, what can you do to help us? What can you do to help us economically? She's asking a man who currently wants to make imports to the country 20% more expensive across the board. Like, his policies directly hurt people like her.
What are you planning to change to improve the economy of this country, especially for people like myself?
Well, thank you very much. Look, this is a problem caused by this administration. 4 years ago, you had no inflation. Now you have record-setting inflation. What they've done to this country is incredible in so many different ways, incredibly bad. We have people complaining about groceries, about prices, about rent, about everything. Interest rates went from 2% to 10%, and you can't get the money. You want to buy a house. You can't buy a house anymore. You can't do anything. But the biggest thing I hear about is just what you said, groceries, the food. So we didn't have inflation. We had a great situation for everything, for virtually everything. When they came in, they spent, and they also blew my energy policies up. So
They blew my energy. They blew it, folks.
we had inexpensive energy. Now you have the most expensive thing on the list is energy. That is such a big category that it leads to everything. Everything else follows. Everything follows energy. We have more liquid gold under our feet.
I really wish he wouldn't call it liquid gold. I say this every single time he says it, but like, that's a deeply embarrassing thing to say.
Than anybody else. There's no other country that has liquid gold like we do.
Please
That's
stop.
oil and gas. We're going to bring your energy costs down, and with your energy costs, everything is going to come down. We're going to also make jobs available so you can afford, literally, much easier. We're going to have many more jobs than we have right now. We set a record. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. Now we have a lousy economy, primarily because of inflation. So we're going to get rid of the inflation. We're going to drill, baby, drill. I'm going to get your energy costs down by 50%, 50% over the course of 12 months, which will be easy to do because we have more energy than Saudi Arabia. We have more energy than Russia, anybody. We were energy independent just 4 years ago, and now look at us. So energy is going to bring it down, and the spending is going to bring it down. We're going to cut a lot of waste and abuse that won't affect anybody other than our bottom line as a country. And you're going to be in great shape. You just hang in there. We're going to bring those costs way down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, Diana. Muchas gracias. President Trump, as you know,
thank you.
Farming is one of the most demanding jobs, and farmers like Jorge Velazquez over here work hard to put food on the table of American families. He has a question for you.
God. Comatose, thank you very much for the 100 biddies. Trump's administration started inflation under COVID by printing $6 trillion for bailouts for Carnival Cruise. He knew it would be a potentially politically advantageous for him because it was near the end of the election cycle. Well, yeah, and also, like, he gave the largest tax cut in American history to the richest people on the planet who also happen to be in the United States. You know, like, he gave an incalculable, no, I'm sorry, it is calculable. It's literally like $2 or $3 trillion. Like, it was a ridiculous amount of money to the wealthiest people in the country, and then made all of the tax cuts that went to the poorest people in the country sundown after a set number of years, which, by the way, is this election year. So Fun stuff. But the rich people who got those legendary levels of tax cuts, they get to keep them forever. More people really need to point that out on the campaign trail for Democrats,
Jorge Velázquez es agricultor y tiene una pregunta
Good
para
hair, yeah, by the way.
Presidente,
Nice hair.
expresidente.
Look at that.
Buenas noches, señor presidente
He does have good hair.
Trump. He trabajado toda mi vida con estas manos, agachado por horas, piscando fresa, cortando brócoli.
Good evening, President Trump. For many years, I have worked with these hands, hunched over, picking strawberries and cutting broccoli.
Este duro trabajo.
Whoa, the translator is really giving 10,000% here. Holy moly.
Es realizado en su mayoría por gente indocumentada.
This tough job is mainly done by undocumented people.
Si usted deporta a esta gente, ¿quién haría ese trabajo y qué precio pagaríamos por la comida?
Oh my God, dude. This is a hostile ass question. I'm actually kind of shocked that this is being allowed. This is great.
If you deport to these people, who would do that job and what price would we pay for food?
Please. Finished, yes?
Yes.
So the problem we have is we had people coming in under my administration, and they were coming in legally. They were coming in through a system that we had, which was great, because I'm the best thing that ever happened to farmers. You know that. I was great.
When you're talking about farmers, you're not talking about the people who are picking in the fields. You know that, right, Donald, right? Like, farmers are the people who own the farms. They're not the farm hands. These are different groups and typically different classes of people.
Farmers are doing very badly right now, very, very badly under this administration. Under my administration, farmers did very well. We have to have a lot of people come into our country. We just want them to come in legally through a system, because they've released hundreds of thousands of people that are murderers, drug dealers, terrorists. They're coming in totally, nobody knows who they are, where they come from. And the people that are most against it are the Hispanic people. They are totally against it, what's happened. The other thing I can say is that a lot of the jobs that you have and that other people have are being taken by these people that are coming in. And
I, again, need to reiterate, his brain is cooked. His brain is cooked.
He would probably have prisoners do agricultural work.
I mean, they already do agricultural work at Olympians. Thank you for the $5 dono. Yeah, immigrants are stealing immigrant jobs. Like, it really is that dumb. Like, this is a we need to take you back. Okay, we're gonna wheel you back inside, Grandma type situation. I wonder what the Hispanic guy is thinking when he hears Trump's out of touch idiocy. I mean, I think he asked that question because, like, he knows that if the border is locked down, like, there's no one's gonna be able to do this work. If there's one of the largest mass deportations in U.S. history, there's no one gonna
I did make
no one gonna be
homeless
picking the
illegal
fields.
and put the homeless to work.
Like, essentially, yeah, like, it's a valid question. Who's going to do this job once you get rid of 20 million people who are currently doing those jobs? Who's going to grow the food is a very good question to ask, because if you ask the farmers that Donald Trump seemingly cares about so much, they're going to tell you, oh man, we're screwed without immigrant workers. They are screwed without immigrant workers, guys. Literally, their business model ceases to function.
the African American population and the Hispanic population in particular are losing jobs now because millions of people are coming in. So they're coming in, but they're also coming in largely, and tremendous numbers coming in out of mental institutions. They're emptying out mental institutions. They're emptying out insane asylums. That's a step above a mental institution. Worse, bigger problems, bigger problem people. They're emptying out jails. Their jails are being let into our country from Venezuela, but not just South.
This guy looks like he wants to cry. Like, he looks like he's hearing one of the stupidest things he's ever seen in his life, and he just wants to cry.
America, from all over the world, they're being let in, from jails.
He's doing this line literally to a room full of people who likely came from the places he's talking about. Oh my God, this looks bad.
From nobody's ever seen anything like it. The jail population throughout the world has come way down, and it's all coming into the United States of America. So we want workers, and we want them to come in, but they have to come in legally. They have to love our country. They have to love you, love our people.
Oh my God.
The problem with this administration is they've totally lost control. It's the worst president and the worst vice president that we've ever had in this country. What they have done to our country in terms of hurting it. Our farmers, by the way, are dying. They haven't had anything so bad in 25 years. 4 years ago, our farmers, including you, were making a lot of money. They were doing great. Now they're absolutely dying. We're going to turn it around. But we want people to come in, but we don't want murderers. So it was just announced that last month by the Border Patrol that under Biden and Harris, they allowed 13,099 convicted murderers, people in jail, to come into our country. They released them from jail into our population. And nobody wants that. And that doesn't
citation needed on that one?
Doesn't include the terrorists and all.
Literally no one in this room looks like they like him. This is one of the most hostile crowds I've ever seen for Donald Trump.
Of the others, the gang members, MS-13 gang members, and other gang members. We have to have people that are great people come into our country, but we do want them in, and I want them in even more than you do. And we're going to make it so that people can come into our country legally. Thank you. Good question. Thank you.
Gracias por la pregunta. Thank you, President Trump. Our next question comes from Daniel Perez. Daniel is the first member of his family to have a college degree. Now he's worried about finding the right job, one that is relevant to his area of study. Daniel Pérez, el primero en graduarse de la universidad en su familia. Platícanos de tu pregunta, Daniel.
Good evening, Mr. President. As a first-generation college graduate, I had to work multiple jobs while studying full-time. The reason that being is because my family could not provide financial assistance while I was attending college. The high cost of housing led me to sleep in my car while I was attending college in a rural area. Despite my degree, I'm currently working as a delivery driver. My question to you is, how do you plan to create real job opportunities for recent graduates like myself?
It's a great question, and a lot of people ask that question because the job opportunities, the good ones, are not there under this administration. We are going to bring companies in through a system of taxes, positive, we call it positive taxation. We are going to bring companies in at a level that you've never seen in this country before. I was doing it in my administration, and then what we did, and nobody's ever seen what we're doing. A combination of taxes, tariffs.
Nobody's ever seen what we're doing because we don't tell anyone because we don't want them to know.
And incentives. Companies are going to be coming into our country, car companies, and many, that's for the manufacture of cars. They'll be flowing in.
Yeah, he's talking about tariffs as a positive. Like, oh man, guys. His tariff idea is literally sinking him in this campaign, and I love it. I love seeing it.
Into our country like never before. You need jobs, and that's what you have to do. Again, we also have to get prices down. When prices come down, companies will be able to afford to open up again. A lot of companies over the last 3 years, 3.5 years, have closed up. Companies that would have hired you are not even here anymore. We have had a terrible president and vice president in terms of keeping small businesses going. We want small businesses, which are very, very important. It's actually, they employ more, they are bigger than big businesses as a whole, and we want them taken care of. But we're going to bring companies back into our country. We've lost so many companies back into our country at
Where
a
did they go, folks? We lost them. They're gone.
level that we haven't seen before, and you're going to get a lot of jobs. You're not going to be looking at one job. You're going to be looking at a job that you want, because you don't want to just take a job. You want to take a job that's a job. I want to be with that company for 25 years or longer. And that's what's going to happen. You're going to have your choice. Right now, you're going around, you can just get a job even if you don't want it. You need it. You're going to have your choice very soon. If I'm elected president, you're going to have a choice between lots of different companies.
I don't think he understands anything. Like, in your small town, are you going to have a choice of a lot of different companies to work for? Is it going to be the 5 gas stations in your town? Those jobs? Going to get some competitive wage setting? Going to be able to choose from the 5 roadside diners? Or the McDonald's? Like, what does this mean? And especially for, like, immigrant workers, like, or migrant workers, like, oh, you're going to have the pick of all of the farm jobs that are setting their prices below minimum wage? Like, this is not... Like, this is nonsense.
And you'll match it out with pay and with really very important, just as important as pay is you have to love what you're doing. If you don't love what you're doing, having a job is brutal. So congratulations on your degree. That's a big achievement. That really is a great thing. It's great that you did it.
Having a job is brutal.
You will put that to use very soon when I'm elected president. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel, and congratulations.
That literally, I don't think any of what he said had anything to do with this young man living in his car while he got a degree and now not being able to find a job. Like, you'll have your pick of jobs once I'm in office because of some undetermined thing that I will do. Just the magic of me being Trump.
On that degree. Our next question comes from Natalie Martinez. She's 21 years old. She lives here in South Florida with her family. Natalie Martinez, 21 años. Vive aquí en el sur de la Florida con su familia. Adelante, Natalie.
Hola, expresidente Trump. Soy una estudiante universitaria.
Hello, President Trump. I am in university.
Participé en una competencia sobre la deuda nacional y por eso me preocupa mucho.
I participated recently on a competition on the national debt, and that has gotten me very worried.
La deuda nacional ya está en $35 trillion y no para.
The national debt right now is $35 trillion, and it does not stop there.
Mi pregunta para ustedes, ¿qué haría su administración para reducirla, junto con el interés que pagamos para la deuda?
My question for you tonight is, what will you do to improve it, to reduce the debt, and also to pay alongside its interests?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good question. So we do. We have record national debt. We've never had anything like it before. We were getting ready to start paying down debt, and then we got hit with a thing called COVID, or the China virus. And
oh my God,
that had to be the focus.
The China
and we
virus
needed
thing?
to help businesses stay in business. And if we didn't do the job we did, Linda McMahon did a great job.
This is like the equivalent of when, like, your pop at the Thanksgiving table starts talking about, like, his time serving in World War II, and, like, he starts talking about the Chinamen. Like, oh my God, please stop. Stop. This is not okay.
Small Business Association. If we didn't do the job that we did, you wouldn't have any companies, right? You would have been in a depression like in 19...
You wouldn't have had any companies. All companies would cease to exist. You'd be living in a socialist utopia right about now.
1929. And we did a great job in keeping it all going. We ended up where the stocks were higher despite all of the COVID China virus that came into our country.
Oh my God.
The stocks, when I handed over, the stocks were higher than they were previous to the COVID coming in. So we had to focus on that, obviously, but we had the best economy that we've ever had. We're going to have that again. What's going to solve the problem is growth. It's a thing called growth that nobody even talks about from...
It's called growth. This thing called growth. You might not have heard of it, folks. It's very growy. It's when a small thing gets a little bigger. Growth.
The Democrat standpoint, because they don't know about growth. But we're going to bring companies in. We're going to bring tremendous business to our country. And that's going to solve that. Also, waste, fraud, and abuse. And we have Elon Musk, who's a fantastic guy and a fantastic genius. He's a genius at a lot of things, but he's a great business person also, in addition to sending rockets. You saw his rocket come down the other day and land. The way it landed was so incredible.
Man, there's like some sort of archive of our own level fan fiction going on between Donald Trump and Elon Musk right now.
Nobody had ever seen anything like that, but Elon called me and spent a
Who
lot of
give me
time. He endorsed me.
asterisk about the stock market and growth when I'm fucking starving.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's kind of how it works, right? You know, the saying goes, a country is only like 3 missed meals away from revolution, something like that.
He totally endorsed. He said, if Trump doesn't win, our country may be finished. That's a pretty strong endorsement from a truly brilliant guy. But we're putting him in charge. He wants to do this so badly of cost cutting, bringing costs down, so that it won't affect the people. But the waste and abuse in this country, the fraud in this country is massive. And he and his team are going to work on that. We're going to get it down. We're going to start paying off debt. But the key is growth. We have to grow the country, keep the debt the same, and then bring it down and grow the country, and we'll be stronger than ever. You elect me president, we're going to be stronger than ever. That's what I do. Okay? Thank you very much.
Stronger than ever, folk.
Thank you, President Trump.
Thank you, Natalie. President Trump, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more questions from undecided Latino voters. Una breve pausa, ya regresamos con más de este encuentro. Los latinos preguntan, Donald Trump responde.
He does not look like he's having a good time. Like, his lips look purple. His eyes look purple. Like, he looks like he's wearing actual clown makeup right now. Like, I almost feel bad for him. You know?
Oh, give me a break.
Just like, he looks real bad, guys.
Latinos ask, Donald Trump responds.
Amazing stuff. Just gonna pause real quick to say, hey, if you're enjoying the content, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is made possible by viewers like you. I literally couldn't make this happen if you guys didn't drop those subs and donos, and thank you to everyone who supported the stream and you're the people who allow me to do this full time. This is great. Thank you so much. There's also a delta of non-bronze skin between his hair, ear, and cheek. Yeah, Holly Hoomstead, it definitely is not evenly blended into his hairline. Yeah, viewers like you, Salmon Moose, you make it possible. And Uncle Gumbald makes it possible, and Michaela Rose makes it possible, and Forlorn79. That's right, every one of you makes it possible. Trains and Bullshit makes it possible. Olympians makes it possible. Every single one of you, deep down in your heart, you make it possible with the power of your belief and money. Do I? Kaylin Din, you do indeed. Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono.
Please stop giving this guy and guys like him empathy. They aren't worthy of it.
No, of course not. But you know what? People who are unworthy of sympathy and empathy get it anyway. Sorry. I don't think you have to be a good person to receive those things. In fact, I kind of think that we need more empathy for bad people sometimes. in a bit of a twisted way. Like, we want to be able to understand, maybe empathy is not the right word there, but we need to be able to understand that, like, the human condition leaves open the possibility that any one of us could become a monster given the right or wrong circumstances. And I think we need to understand that in order to prevent more people from becoming monsters. Is he going to give Elon a position in the government? Greaves Underground, unironically, yes. Like, Elon Musk is now funding Donald Trump's campaign, and they're collaborating on suppressing information on Twitter. And, yeah, Elon Musk is giving him an awful lot of money, basically to buy a seat on Trump's administration. I did find an incredible AO3 fic while searching for Elon and Trump stuff. Oh, no. If someone asks, do I make it possible? Like, out of nowhere, you should answer, no, not you. Maybe. Keep loving, keep fighting. Hell yeah. I love that. I like that a lot. You know? Love and peace. Love and peace. Love and peace. That's a not that deep cut, but maybe deep cut if you don't know anime. Anyway, moving right along, let's jump into the rest of this town hall, huh?
Histórico entre votantes latinos y el expresidente Donald Trump. And we're back, President Trump. Our next question comes from Guadalupe Ramirez. She's a mother of 3. Her parents were born in Mexico and benefited from the Bracero program in the 1980s and became citizens. Adelante con tu pregunta, Guadalupe, madre de 3.
One second. Oh, Olympians, it's Secretary of Energy, yeah.
Sus padres se beneficiaron del programa Bracero.
Sí, un poquito antes de los 80s, un par de décadas antes.
Before the 80s then.
Buenas noches, señor expresidente. Yo vivo en los suburbios de Chicago y a diario
It must kill him a little bit inside that each one of these people is calling him ex-president, which I think is pretty great.
yo veo las consecuencias del flujo migratorio que ha ocurrido en estos últimos años.
Good evening, Mr. President. I live in the suburbs of Chicago. Daily, I see the consequences of the migration flow.
¿Cuál es su plan para una reforma migratoria?
What is your plan for an immigration reform?
Y quisiera preguntarle, ¿por qué usó su influencia sobre los legisladores republicanos para que no respaldaran la propuesta que hubiese brindado refuerzos a la frontera?
And I also would like to ask you why you used your influence to ask the Republican legislators to not back up the strengthening of our border through the proposal.
Ooh,
You like strong
man,
borders, so do I.
This really is
and
coming
we have
back
them.
to bite him.
We had the strongest border we've ever had in the recorded history of our country. We had 4 years ago. We had a border that was great. And again, people were coming in, but they were coming in through a legal process. They were great people coming into our country. And when you say Chicago, immediately we have to think about the crime because it's so dangerous in Chicago. And some of these people came from other countries. Many of them came from other countries.
Is it so dangerous in Chicago? Dude. One second. I want a graph. I want a visual representation. Okay. So, Chicago 2024 homicide rates set to surpass 2019's total. It's like, wait, but crime's been steadily decreasing since. Crime's been decreasing since COVID happened. Like since we got a handle on, you can literally see it taper off. The crime's been going down in Chicago. Crazy.
So what we're going to do is we have to be much tougher on crime. The Democrats are weak. Don't forget, the Democrats run Chicago. They have a mayor from...
Yo!
I swear, he's fucking witty. There's a string on his back, someone keeps pulling the string and he repeats from a predictable list of 2 or 3 responses.
Honestly, Michaela Rose, it is like like an Oblivion NPC or a Skyrim NPC, you know?
El presidente Trump es un gran idiota que no debería estar a cargo de nada. Apenas puede limpiarse el trasero pipi poa poa.
I really like that text-to-speech really did not know how to say apenas. Oh god. Apenas.
Chicago. They
Thank
have
you for the
a...
$5
He's
dono.
terrible.
And Michaela Rose,
They
thank
have
you
a
for the
governor who's
$10 super
horrible.
chat.
Pritzker, he's a horrible governor. That's the state of Illinois. He's horrible. And they're very weak on crime. You want to make sure that you're not attacked, you're not mugged, you're not shot. Chicago's a very dangerous city right now. It's a great city potentially, but right now it's a very dangerous city. And we're working on that, but we have Democrats running it. Everything the Democrats run is bad. 25 cities, they're all run by Democrats, and they're crime-ridden and crime-infested cities. The Republicans
They're crime-ridden and crime-infested cities, and that's why everyone wants to go there.
running, they don't have the same problem because we have law and order. We have it the way you need it. You need to be safe. You want to walk across the street for a loaf of bread, you want to be able to walk and not get shot or not get mugged or anything else. So we're going to bring that back. I'm bringing a lot back to help the Democrats.
But former President Trump, are you bringing sexy back? That's what we all want to know.
Democrat mayors, where they have them, run their cities better because they can't run their cities. They're crime infested, and Chicago's an example of it. And we're going to make it good. As far as the border, we want to have a strong border, and we want people to come in. And that's what we had. Remember, we had the strongest border in history, and we had the best economy in history. 2 things I had. And I said, that's pretty good. We also got into no wars. I didn't get into any wars.
You literally did multiple like high-profile assassinations that would, in any sane world, be considered acts of war.
The first president in 84 years that never got into a war, but I beat ISIS, and we beat them in...
We didn't do a war, but we did, deploy troops in foreign countries to do war things.
2 months instead of, I guess they told me it was going to take years, like 5
Also, ISIS still exists.
years. I did it in 2 months. Our military is incredible. I rebuilt the military. But remember these 2 things. I had the strongest border in the history of our country, and I had the best economy in the history of our country. And I had no inflation. No inflation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias, Guadalupe. Thank you, President Trump. Our next question comes from Arizona, a key state in the upcoming election. José Saralegui lives right on the border with Mexico. José Saralegui, de la frontera de Sonora y Arizona. Una pregunta para el presidente Trump. Adelante.
Thank you.
Soy un republicano, registrado republicano, pero en este momento me encuentro indeciso.
Good evening, President Trump. I am a Republican. I am a registered Republican, but at this time I am undecided.
Durante la campaña se han utilizado muchas teorías de conspiración.
During the campaign, there has been some conspiracy theories in use.
Le doy un ejemplo si me permite.
If you allow me, I would like to give you an example of it.
Las autoridades de Springfield, Ohio, han aclarado una y otra vez que los
This guy is asking a question genuinely. You can like tell from his body language and how like he's actually like fully pissed off. Like I think he already knows what Trump is going to say.
Haitianos no se están comiendo los perros ni los gatos de sus gentes.
The authorities in Springfield, Ohio have more than one time clarified that the Haitians are not eating their cats and their dogs.
Sin embargo, usted les quiere revocar su permiso que tienen para residir legalmente en este país.
Nonetheless, you want to revoke the permit they have to legally reside in this country.
Mi pregunta con todo respeto es si usted verdaderamente cree que estas personas se comen las mascotas de la gente.
My question to you very respectfully is, do you really believe that these people are eating the people's pets?
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And this was just reported. I was just saying what was reported. That's been reported. And eating other things too that they're not supposed to be. But this is all I do is report. I have not.
All you do is report. Donald Trump, are you a journalist? You're just reporting, reporting in live from the Univision town hall right now.
I was there. I'm going to be there, and we're going to take a look, and I'll give you a full report when I.
Yeah, he's gonna go do some on the ground reporting. He's gonna go on the ground in Springfield, Ohio, to get down to the truth of the matter. My God.
I do, but that's been in the newspapers and reported pretty broadly. I will say this as far as Springfield is concerned, because I do know that situation. You have a city of 52,000 people, and they've added almost 30,000 migrants into the city.
Yeah, they were requested. The city requested them.
If you were a person that lived there, if you lived in Springfield, Ohio, and all of a sudden you couldn't get into a hospital, you couldn't get your children into a school, you wouldn't be able to buy groceries, you could no longer pay the rent because the government's paying rent, any of that, if any of that happened, it would be a disaster for you and you wouldn't be happy. We want to make our people safe and secure, and we want to make them happy. But Springfield, Ohio is a perfect example. You have a town, a beautiful little town with no problems. All of a sudden, they have 30 or 32,000 people
no problems,
dropped
folks.
into the town, most of whom don't speak the language, most of whom don't speak the language at all. And what they're doing is they're looking all over.
The town requested them there to revive the manufacturing of the town that had been diminishing because people kept moving away.
Over for interpreters. Well, I mean, I think you can't just destroy our country. It's maybe some people
They're not destroying our country. They came here to work in those communities.
disagree with me, but you can't put in a very short period of time.
Donald Trump is like, look at this man on the right. Donald Trump is losing this guy. He even identified himself as a Republican when he asked the question. He is Donald Trump. This is the worst possible scenario for Donald Trump, honestly. Like, I'm glad to see it happening, but also the same thing that made me cringe, like, viscerally at, like, The Office is making me cringe at how bad he's performing in this particular town hall. We're watching the guy on the right become a Democrat in real time.
32,000 people into a 50,000 people town and expect things to go well. It's a disaster. It's a total disaster. And the people that live there are, they want to leave, they want to move, because if you read about it or talk to them, people want to move, they want to leave because they've never had anything like this. And we can't let that happen to our towns and our cities and our country. Just can't let it happen. It's not sustainable. I appreciate the question. Thank you. I hope you vote for a Republican.
Gracias.
I hope you vote for
Thank you,
a
President Trump.
Republican.
Let's take a quick break again, and we'll be right back, guys.
I feel like that's a tacit admission that he knows he just gave a terrible answer. I hope you vote for a Republican.
Una breve pausa y regresamos en este encuentro histórico entre votantes latinos y el expresidente Donald Trump.
But will it matter? I mean, I think it does matter. Anything that could peel off like 0.5%, 1% of an advantage, like that has sweeping consequences on a national scale. Like the margins we're currently looking at in some states, that's probably enough to swing an entire state, you know, depending on where the voting shifts, you know.
That's perfect. I think for voters, having a chance.
Univision needs to get some better music, though. It's my hot take.
And as you know, the topics we have touched upon, employment, health, immigration. Ramiro Gonzalez has a question for Donald Trump.
As you know, Florida got hit with 2 major hurricanes in the last 2 weeks. Por favor, Ramiro.
Buenas noches, señor Trump. Good evening, Mr. Trump. Okay. I am a Republican, no longer registered, though. I want to give you the opportunity to try to win back my vote.
You know what? This is actually going a lot better than I thought it would. Because we're seeing a lot of people come to this town hall who are saying, like, I'm a Republican, but I cannot vote for you. Which is, that's good. I like to see that. I like to see that a lot. Especially in a demographic that the Republicans have been championing is like, we historic amount of support from Latinos. And it's like, I think you might be losing them, dog. I think you might be losing that demographic.
Okay. Your, let say, action and maybe inaction during your presidency and the last few years.
He's so mad. He's so mad, dog.
Sort of, was a little disturbing to me. What happened during January 6th.
I feel like Donald Trump is gonna be like, well, you know what else? You know what's disturbing to me? Your face. Get out of here.
And the fact that, you waited so long to take action while your supporters were attacking the Capitol. Coronavirus, I thought the public was misled during coronavirus, and that many more lives could have been saved if we would have been informed better. And also people in your administration who don't support you. I'm curious how people so close to you and your administration no longer want to support you, so why would I want to support you? If you would answer these questions for me, I would really appreciate it.
Oh no. Oh no. We got. It's okay. It's okay. Hold. It will return. Huddle. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine, chat. It's okay. Shh. It was a big oof. We're okay, guys. We're okay. We're okay. Shimps together strong. Hold. Yeah, spawn the shimps together strong. We got this. Site chat refugee. Bisexuals, it's okay. We're gonna be back. Stream is no longer being blocked due to copyright issues. Excellent. What just happened? Univision, like YouTube has automatic algorithms that just scan to see if like content resembles other content. and then it will flag it as a DMCA violation, and then it will just temporarily block the YouTube stream until it doesn't sense that content being played, and then it will unblock it. So like, we're good. We're back. We got bonked. Yes, it's not a copyright strike, which is much more serious, but it is a DMCA. This just makes me want to go tanky even more. You did it. Shimps together strong, chat. Good job. Did we miss any good parts? I mean, kinda. But here, you know what? I'm gonna play the audio of this. I'm gonna keep myself large screen. So we'll listen to We'll listen to like the audio bit here, and we'll get through this part of the conversation. I think this will be really good. Play the video upside down. No, I don't want to do that.
The fact that, you waited so long to take action while your supporters were attacking the Capitol. Coronavirus, I thought the public was misled during coronavirus, and that many more lives could have been saved if we would have been informed better. And also people in your administration who don't support you. I'm curious how people so close to you and your administration no longer want to support you, so why would I want to support you?
Like, this guy has good questions, chat. Like, it's good. Like, dude's a Republican, but he came armed with actually good questions.
If you would answer these questions for me, I would really
live?
appreciate it
It
and
is
give you the
indeed.
opportunity. There's, your own vice president doesn't want to support you now.
Thank you, Ramiro.
Or the what we're listening to? No, that's not live. But it did happen tonight.
So the people that don't support a very small portion, we have a tremendous, about 97% of the people in the administration support me. But because it's me, somebody doesn't support, they get a little publicity. The vice president, I disagree with him on what he did. I totally disagreed with him on what he did. Very importantly, you had hundreds of thousands of people come to Washington. They didn't come because of me. They came because of the election. They thought the election was a rigged election, and that's why they came. Some of those people went down to the Capitol. I said peacefully and patriotically, nothing done wrong at all, nothing done wrong. And action was taken, strong action. Ashley Babbitt was killed. Nobody was killed. There were no...
Yeah, who told them to fight like hell? Who gave like an hour-long speech about how democracy was in danger and that you needed to fight for your country in order to preserve it, and then talked about the certification of the election, and encouraged their didn't call out any of the police or National Guard until even as protesters, insurrectionists marched the halls of Congress, chanting to hang Mike Pence, the vice president. Yeah, no, okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Also, can you see how unimpressed these people are? Like, oh my god. This is what I would describe as withering, with an extra emphasis on the wither part. Like, oh man. Did he just say Ashley Babbitt was killed? Nobody was killed? Yeah.
In strong action, Ashley Babbitt was killed. Nobody was killed. There were no guns.
Ashley Babbitt was killed. Nobody was killed. My God, his brain is gone. Absolutely gone. Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones, which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. Donald Trump during the riot on January 6th, during the attack on the Capitol. God.
Guns down there. We didn't have guns. The others had guns, but we didn't have guns. And
They did have guns. The many Trump supporters were arrested with guns on that day.
When I say we, these are people that walked down. This was a tiny.
This guy's giving him the, you full of shit, huh? You really full of shit, huh? Look, my God.
Percentage of the overall, which nobody sees and nobody shows. But that was a day of love from the standpoint of the millions. It's like hundreds of thousands. It could have been the largest group I've ever spoken before. They asked me to speak.
No joke, what's actually wrong with Trump, his health/mental health, I genuinely couldn't even begin to tell you or speculate. All I know is something is deeply wrong.
I went and I spoke, and I used the term peacefully and patriotically. If you look at the Democrats, what they say, you look at Maxine Waters and you look at Hillary Clinton and you look at what they say, and they don't put that on. They only put Republicans on. But they couldn't get me because of the fact that I said everything's got to be peaceful and patriotic. And
Literally not what he said.
And we'll see how it all works out. But I think that we're
This is the face of a man who is very unimpressed with the answer he just received. Oh my God.
we're right now in another election. All I want is honest elections. I'm willing to take any chance. I want honest elections. We need borders and we need honest elections. And if we don't have
do we need honest elections? I'm not quite sure. Do we need those?
either of those two things, that's it. We have tremendous loyalty to the Trump administration. Biden, when he lost in Afghanistan, when he looked so bad, that's why Putin went into.
Man, this guy's face is just going through an entire gauntlet of emotion.
Ukraine, in my opinion. He looked and he saw. He should have fired every general involved in that. There was a disaster. He should have fired a lot of people because he had the most unsuccessful.
I don't think he's getting the answer he needs for this to get. I don't think Donald Trump is getting this guy's vote. I don't think he's getting that.
Successful administration in the history of our country. A disaster, acknowledged. I, again, had the best economy we've ever had. I rebuilt our military. I defeated ISIS. I did things that nobody thought. In terms of medical right to try, I got right to try where you could use space age, things that wouldn't be approved for another 5 or 10 years.
Space age things? They wouldn't be approved? Or, might never be approved because they don't work?
You were able to use it, and we saved thousands and thousands of lives. But
that's right, folks. He invented space medicine, thanks to Space Force.
97% of the people in my administration supported me. When you fire somebody, they say bad things. When I fire a John Bolton or when I fire any of these people, he was terrible. But when I fire people, they go out and say, if I didn't fire people, they wouldn't say it.
Like, he's literally just saying, all the people who are saying I'm bad at my job, they're doing it because I fired them and they're bad. So don't believe them.
You know what? Biden should have fired a lot of people because he had a very unsuccessful administration. And the first thing the person he should have fired is his vice president because she's absolutely terrible. And I'll tell you, she's in any way fit to be the president of the United States. In fact, she turned on him and they had a coup. They took it over.
Like this is nothing to do. This has nothing to do with what this guy asked him.
From a president that got 14 million votes. I'm no fan of his, but he got 14 million votes. He won the primary.
Joe, where are you, Joe? I miss you. Miss your smell. Miss your laugh. Come back, Joe.
She was out of the primary. She was the first one to quit, and she left 22 people. She was the first one out. She never made it to Iowa.
Sir, this is a
and
Wendy's.
Then she comes back, and they do a coup. They take it over from him. So that's the way it is. When people don't do their job, I fire them. And if they say bad things about me, that's okay. But overall, look, we're leading in the polls now. We have an election going on right now. I'm doing really well with
This guy's head bobbing is sending me, dog.
Hispanics, and we're doing well pretty much with every group. When people don't do a job, I'm sorry, I get rid of them. And if they want to say bad things, I've never fired somebody that said wonderful things. Sometimes they think about it. But when you let somebody go, even for cause, and I only do for cause, they don't generally say great things. But Biden, never think of it. Into the worst administration in the history of our country, he never fired one person. And that's disgraceful. And you look at the border.
I'm pretty sure Biden has I'm pretty sure Biden has fired people.
Has been a disaster. All they had to do is leave my border. I had the safest, most secure border, and people came in legally. I had the safest border in the history of our country. All he had to do is leave our people and leave our policies. I had a remain in Mexico policy, worked out with the Mexican government. The head of Mexico, all of them, they were my friends. They were good. They were great people. It wasn't easy to work it out, but I worked it out. Remain in Mexico.
Yeah, remember when you said Mexico was going to pay for our entire border wall? Did they ever do that? I'm curious. I can't recall.
Mexico. It was an unbelievable success. Remain in Mexico. We check you out, and then we bring you into the country if you check out. Biden didn't do that. He got rid of everything. He had an open border policy where the whole world flowed in. Unfortunately, the world...
Okay, just out of curiosity, how long has this
were
answer
prison
actually
populations. If I were running a country, any country, and I heard that the U.S. had an open border policy, the first thing I do is open up my jails, take all of my prisoners, and let them out.
He's been talking now for 6 minutes straight.
Murderers and everyone else. And that's essentially what they did, and it's a shame. So we had the most successful country we've ever had, and I hope someday maybe we'll get your vote. Sounds like maybe I won't, but that's okay too. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Ramiro. Thank you so much. Jesus González.
I'm sorry, what an incredible way to end talking to this guy for like 6.5 minutes.
Maybe I won't, but that's okay too. Thank you very much. And I hope someday maybe we'll get your vote. Sounds like maybe I won't, but that's okay too. Thank you.
I imagine ending with like, whatever, fuck you, I don't need your vote. Like, okay, all right. Oh boy. What do you mean screen off? Did I get dinged again? I feel like more people in chat would be freaking out if that was the case. You're okay? I'm good? Okay, yeah. Look, we got through like over half this video before we got dinged. I think we're gonna be fine. I just have to like flip back and forth a bit more.
Thank you very much.
Gracias, Ramiro. Thank you so much. Jesus González. He's the son of immigrants, the first U.S.-born member of his family as well, el primer miembro de tu familia en nacer aquí en Estados Unidos, hijo de inmigrantes. Adelante con tu pregunta, Jesús.
Good evening, President Trump.
Thank you.
With respect, could you explain your gun control policy to the parents of the victims of school shootings?
Dude. Okay, this is a very hostile town hall in a very great way. This is great. I want to see more of this. This is they are cooking him, dog. Oh my god.
I could.
I could, but I don't want to.
We have a Second Amendment and right to bear arms, essentially. And I'm very strongly an advocate of that.
You know, I think we're seeing a fourth assassination attempt on Donald Trump right now, with how hard all these questions are hitting.
I think you need that. I think that if you ever tried to get rid of it, you wouldn't be able to do it. You wouldn't be able to take away the guns because people need that for security. They need it for entertainment and for.
So his position on guns is that we have a Second Amendment, and there are a lot of them, and a lot of people have guns, and you will never be able to get rid of all the guns. So there we go.
For sport and other things, but they also, in many cases, need it for protection. If you have a house out in the country, or you're in a little bit of a rough area, or in a very rough area, and the bad guy, let's call him, has a gun, if you don't.
All right, let's call the bad guy in this scenario the bad guy, as it were. Like, okay.
Don't have a gun, you're finished. You have no chance. So you need them. You want to have a lot of good people have them. But if we didn't have that, you would see a crime rate that's crazy.
We're getting hit again? Damn it. All right. It's fine. Hold. Chimps. Do not come. I do find guns entertaining to shoot. Oh yeah, I mean, they are fun. Chimps together. Strong. There we go. Gotta let on-screen chat know. What about switching to a Twitch feed? I mean, that'd be more convenient for you guys. Wouldn't help the people on YouTube, though. Chimps together strong. Chimps together strong. Fun and good isn't the same. True. Standing back and standing by. Oh no. Oh no. Alphabet can't suppress the truth. Look, they're trying to suppress this entire town hall, okay? This town hall is what will sink Donald Trump's campaign. They're trying to make sure it doesn't get out. We need to fight the censorship. Shimpidarity forever. Shimpidarity forever. Shimpidarity forever. His shimp is home. YouTube is crazy. It really is, baby. We are back, baby. Shimp 2, Return of the Shimp. Shimp Claus will bring you gifts in December? Hell yeah, I love gifts in December. Okay. Here we go.
I'll tell you, though, it's a very interesting stat. The toughest gun laws in the United States, by far, are Chicago. And that's got one of the worst records of any city, and a lot of them are shot. 17 people died on Labor Day.
Again, in this question, he's been asked to address specifically the parents of people who've lost children to mass shooters.
17 people died Labor Day weekend in Chicago. It's got laws that are so tough. They want to do everything. They can do anything they want. You have a gun. There's no place, maybe on earth, that has a tougher gun policy than Chicago. No, there's no place that has. And they can.
Yeah, except maybe you might want to take a look at the gun laws around Chicago, because people can just go out of the city and then go back into Chicago. There's not a magic force field that prevents that.
They have the right to do anything they want to you. You know what happens? It's probably the worst place right now, one of the most unsafe places anywhere in this country, maybe anywhere in the world. So it's not just that. You have to be, remember this, it's the person pulling the trigger. It's not the gun, it's the person pulling the trigger. But if you ever passed something, she wants to take everybody's gun away. You know, she's always wanted that. That's because it's what she wants. She wants to take everybody's gun. You know who the ones that will never give their guns up? The bad guy. The bad guy's not giving up the gun. So,
I mean, I think that you could create incentives for bad people to give up their guns. Like a federal gun buyback program, I think would probably be pretty effective. Because if somebody is desperate for cash, what are they more likely to do? Sell their gun that they could get like a decent amount of money for through a federal buyback program, no questions asked, or trying to rob a bank? Which is someone more likely to do?
so that's what we have. We want safety, we want security, but you have to still adhere to the Second Amendment. Thank you. Great question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias.
That was a terrible answer. Again, his entire answer, you have to frame it as like staring down like the parents of the Sandy Hook kids and hearing that answer from Trump to them. Like, that's crazy, dog.
Thank you, President Trump. Our next question comes from Carlos Aguilera. He's a veteran of the construction sector here in South Florida. He says he's seen an environmental crisis grow before his eyes. Carlos Aguilera.
Here they did that. Government bought all the guns from the people. Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be a decent thing we could do. I don't think it would get rid of all of the guns, but it would take a large number out of circulation, I think.
Aguilera, veterano del sector de construcción. Tu pregunta, por favor, Carlos.
Yep. Good evening, Mr. President. For 30 years, I've been working in the construction industry and building water plants in Florida. I've seen with my own...
Oh boy. Okay. I'm going to give you like, we're doing PNGs, okay? This guy's asking the question. A contractor in Florida, though. I'm girding my loins.
eyes devastating impacts of climate change. Things that include sea level rise, saltwater intrusion in our drinking water supply, frequent flooding of our coastal communities. Given the amount of the mounting evidence of climate change, do you still believe it's a hoax?
Well, let me tell you, first of all, I built, Okeechobee Dam, and I did so much for Florida in terms of when I was president, and even as a private person, I built a lot. But I did the Okeechobee Dam, which solved a big problem from the climate standpoint. What I do think is this: we can't destroy our country over being forced to do things. They want to do I call it the Green New Deal. They call it the Green New Deal. Some people call it the Green New Hoax. They want to spend 90.
Do you believe that climate change is a hoax? Let me put it like this. I think some people call it the Green New Deal hoax. I call it that too. But like some people call it the Green New Deal hoax, and I've heard it said, yeah. But like, it's only a hoax if climate change is a hoax, right? Because otherwise, you need a Green New Deal to solve the climate change problem. Like, come on now.
$93 trillion on the climate. Now, I happen to think that there are very important elements of climate, water and air.
Oh my God, what? There are very important parts of climate. Water and air is maybe one of the most... That should go down on his tombstone, when he dies of old age in 50 years. Like that should be on his tombstone. Two most important parts of climate: water and air.
In my administration, I had the cleanest air on record, and yet I didn't destroy jobs. I had the most jobs of any administration ever.
Yeah, and no one's saying we'd have less jobs. We're saying we would manufacture more. There would literally be more manufacturing jobs under a Green New Deal plan.
I also had the cleanest water, crystal clean. We had the cleanest water, the cleanest air. To me, those are
Flint, Michigan's water is still toxic. What are you talking about, bro?
the primary factors. Clean water, clean air. We went into rural parts of the country and fixed people's water. They were drinking such terrible water. It was very important to me. All of that's important. At the same time, you can't give up your country. You can't say that we're not going to have any jobs anymore. If they said if they took their
Oh, is that what the Democrats say? That they all gather around there like, we can't have any more jobs. No jobs. We're all jobbed out ever since we lost Steve Jobs, our only source of jobs.
ultimate, which is 93 trillion, the Green New Deal, 93 trillion. That's more money than we would have in 20 years. We wouldn't be able to survive. We wouldn't be able to live. So
Yeah. But we're trying to hit goals that are 25 years away. And we can set aside money now that will have net returns later. Like, for example, building a solar panel factory might be a lot of upfront investment, but then we can basically just print money out of that bad boy for the next 50 years after that. Like, it pays for itself.
I always feel that with the climate, and I have been I have been an environmentalist. I built many things. I own Doral right next door, and we did that in a very I get awards, environmental awards for the way I build it, for the water, the way I use the water, the sand.
But we're not talking about your property. We're talking about a global disaster, man. And you haven't answered if you think climate change is a hoax.
The mixing of the sand and the water. I mean, many different, but I've had many awards over the years for environmental.
Guys, I don't think this audience is very impressed with him. I'm not picking that up right now.
Way I've built, because you know about building. That's what you do. It's very important to me. At the same time, we can't destroy our country. And we're competing against countries that don't spend anything on climate change, like China and others. And they're able to make their product for tremendously less than us. And we're not going to let that happen either. We have to have a strong country, and we have to have a nice climate. And there's nobody better at that, I think, at that combination than me. I will say this, though. I hear a lot about climate, and they talk about global warming, et cetera, because they now used to call it global warming. Now they call it climate change because that covers everything. But global warming. The real global warming that we have to worry about is nuclear. The water's coming up an eighth of an inch over 300 years. The ocean is going to rise, and nobody knows if that's true or not. But they're worried about the ocean rising an eighth.
What do you mean they don't know if it's true or not, dude? It's a measurable phenomenon.
Of an inch or a quarter of an inch in 300 years. What I'm worried about is nuclear.
It's not over 300 years. You can literally measure it year over year. What are you talking about?
Weapons tomorrow, because the power of nuclear weapons, and we're going to end up with this administration, if she gets in, we will end up in a third world war. She's grossly incompetent.
He said that about Joe Biden too, by the way.
And if she gets in, Kamala, if she gets in, we're going to end up in a third world war. And with me, you'll never end up in even a war. So we have to be very careful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you, President Trump.
Thank you
it's time
very
to
much.
take our last commercial break.
God. Okay. Jumping to the next question.
She's a homemaker and has a question about women's reproductive rights. Yaritzia Kyun se dedica al hogar y tiene una.
This is the questioner right here. Let him have it.
Pregunta sobre salud reproductiva. Adelante, Yaritzia.
Buenas noches, señor presidente. Su esposa Melania dijo recientemente que apoyaba los derechos reproductivos de las mujeres y que pudieran practicarse un aborto.
Good evening, Mr. Trump, President. Recently, your wife, Melania, said that she supported women's rights of reproduction along with
But does she support women's wrongs?
being able to get an abortion.
Mi pregunta es si usted está de acuerdo con ella.
My question is, do you agree with her?
Ooh, that is a good question.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I told Melania that she has to go with her heart, and she has to do what she has to do. She has to support what she wants to support. And she wrote a great book. It's a #1 bestseller. I hope you all go out and buy it. It's really a great book. But I want her to do what she wants to do. I wouldn't want to impose what I think. What has happened is over the last 52 years, people have wanted to get Roe v. Wade out of the federal government, and they've been trying. Every lawyer, every legal scholar, Democrats, Republicans, conservatives, liberals, everybody wanted it out. It shouldn't be in the federal government. They wanted it out for many different reasons, all of them very good reasons. And I was able to do that, and with the courage of 6 great Supreme Court justices who are brilliant and courageous, because this issue has torn our country apart. For 52 years, it's torn our country apart. And if something wasn't done, it would have continued and maybe gotten worse. And I was able to do that. And I, like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions for life of the mother, rape, and incest. So I believe in exceptions. Most people do. Most Republicans.
Again, I need to bring it up every single time we talk about this because it's important. But the exceptions when it comes to abortion aren't real. Okay, it takes time to prove that a rape or an incest act happened. Like that takes time in a court of law if it even gets followed up on by police at all. And usually by the time a case like that is resolved, it's been like over 9 months, which would not resolve the problem, you know? And so that exception doesn't exist. The exception for life of the mother also doesn't exist because hospitals don't want to risk their doctors, and doctors don't want to be held personally liable and serve like prison sentences or get fined into oblivion by the state for, you know, doing an abortion when it wasn't sufficiently dangerous for the mother. You know, like that, there's a chilling effect that is deliberate, and no one is in a position to say when a woman is in too much danger and needs the abortion, you know? These exceptions aren't real. It's just a blanket ban.
There are some that probably don't. Of course, that number has gotten a lot larger with the years. And what they wanted, what people wanted, is for it to go back to the states and a vote of the people. It's going back to the states and a vote of the people. It's out of the federal government now, which is so good. And now, if you look, the states are voting on it. And some states, like Ohio, a state that I won by a lot, took a very liberal stance. They have
Ohio.
a very liberal stance. Same thing with Kansas and other states. And some states took a tougher stance. But what it is it's now the vote of the people within the states. This is what everybody has wanted for 52 years. They wanted to get rid of Roe v. Wade and let it come back to the states. And I've done that, and now the people are voting on it.
I did the thing you all wanted me to do, and now you're all mad at me, and I don't understand.
And you're going to see it's going to heal. It will never heal. It would have never healed if it stayed in Congress, if it stayed in the federal government. It's now in the states. The people are voting as we speak. The people are voting. Some states have completed, like Kansas, Ohio, and a lot of others. But it's going to settle a problem that was only going to get more divisive and worse. It was a big, big dispute for a long period of time. And I think the question is great, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gracias, Yaritza. Thank you, President Trump. Our next question comes also from Arizona. Carlos Garcia was part of our town hall last week with Vice President Harris. Carlos Garcia participó, hizo una pregunta en el encuentro con la vicepresidenta Harris. Adelante, Carlos.
Buenas noches, señor presidente. Es un honor estar aquí en esta noche. Gracias por contestar nuestras preguntas.
Good evening, Mr. President. Thank you for being here tonight with us, and thank you for answering my questions.
Aparte de ser analista de datos, también soy pastor de jóvenes en mi iglesia local.
Besides being a data analyst,
Oh, by the way, this is what this guy looks like, just so you can picture him in your mind palace.
I am a pastor for the youth in my local church.
Así que creo en el poder de la reflexión y del crecimiento a través del aprendizaje.
So I believe in the power of growth through reflection and learning.
Man, the translator here is like what a voice. What a voice.
Todos tenemos triunfos y también tenemos errores. Entonces mi pregunta es,
We can always have triumphs, but we can always also have mistakes. And my question to you is,
De sus 4 años en la Casa Blanca, ¿cuál fue algún error o aprendizaje?
out of the 4 years you were in the White House, can you name one error or something you learned?
De esos 4 años, para que nosotros podamos aprender de usted y darle nuestro voto otra vez.
During those 4 years, so we may learn from you and once more give you our vote.
Thank you very much. We had a very successful administration. Everybody acknowledges it because we had the great economy, which is so important. We didn't have inflation. We won the war. We rebuilt the military. We won the ISIS. And we didn't, the nice part is, we didn't get into any wars. As a pastor, as somebody of faith, you have to like that. Hasn't happened in 82 years that happened with a president. I didn't get into war. We had great trade policies. We changed some of the horrible policies. We did a lot of good things. So when you say about something I regretted, the thing I would say that's most important, and it's going to be most important for coming up, is people. It's all about the people. Where I had great people, things happened good. Where I had people that I didn't like as much, it doesn't work out as well. And I, you know, unlike Biden or Harris, I get rid of them. I get new people in because I'm not working for, I'm working for you. I want to make sure the country is running well. And if somebody's not doing their job, I make changes. So I would say this, the mistakes I made weren't big policy. We had the strong border. We had the great economy. We had all these things. But I put some people in that I wouldn't have used again. Now, when I went to Washington, as you know, I was only there 17 times in my entire life, 17 times. I never stayed over. The press informed me of that, so I don't know if it's true, but it sounds like it might be right. Very little. I wasn't in Washington. So I didn't know the people very well, and I relied on other people to give me. And generally speaking, I got it right. Bob Lighthizer in trade, we had great trade people. We had a lot of great people. But I had some people that I would not have used again. Now I have tremendous experience. I think I have more experience than anybody in history in terms of the people, in terms of...
God, you don't need to jack yourself off like this on stage where everyone can see you. Do it in private, man.
That kind of experience, the experience you need. And I know all of the people. I know the players. I know the good ones, the bad ones, the smart ones.
Yeah, like his brain is literally gone, dude. It's leaking out his ears. You know, they're having to censor it on Univision right now.
Ones, the dumb ones, the ones that don't have courage. You think you never really know about courage until you test it. But I know the people very well. I know who I want.
You would never really know about courage until you go to the doctor's office to get your bone spurs note so you get out of Vietnam. You never really know.
Who I don't want. So I would say that in terms of knowledge and learning, it was people. If you have a good group of people or a great, like secretary, somebody in charge of a big agency, it's all about the people. So I would say that would be the biggest mistake. Mostly good, but some bad.
Muchas
Not a
gracias.
single person in his audience.
President, we
is
have time for a
convinced.
couple more questions.
Oh my God.
Well, it's okay. You know, they said, would you like to sit down?
Yes.
I said, that is the most uncomfortable looking chair I've ever seen. I'm looking at that chair. I said, I don't think anybody could sit in that chair. No.
I didn't get one.
Let's go do a couple of more. Fine.
Wonderful. Eloy Contreras, he's a security guard at a hospital. Eloy Contreras es un guardia de seguridad en un hospital. Tu pregunta para el expresidente Trump.
Good evening.
Okay, this guy maybe is a more friendly face for Trump. We'll find out, I guess.
President Trump, thank you for being here and taking these questions. When you left office, Mr. President, we were
That must have been why you got flagged. Nani?
a divided nation. Instead of the United States of America, we were the divided States of America. Win or lose, if the American people to send you back to the White House or not, what specific steps will you take to unite a deeply divided nation?
So when I left office, we had a election that was in dispute by most people, I think, but certainly a vast majority of people. That was the primary division, and that was a shame.
Show
That was a
chair.
shame because that should never happen with a
Okay,
country.
you guys really want to see the chair, huh? All right. There it is. It's right there. This uncomfortable white chair. He's accurate. It does look like a bad chair.
We are much more of a divided nation now than we ever were then. And I will tell you this, that when we had the economy blazing, the best economy we've ever had.
Calling it now, he's gonna ramble. I mean, he can't he can't give succinct answers, guys. Like, he's incapable of it. His brain is too far gone.
Liberals, radical left people, as I would call them, Democrats were calling me. Our country was coming together. Then we got hit with a gift from China called COVID, and we had to fight that. But for 2.5 years, almost 3 years, we were the most united. People wanted to get together. They wanted to be people that I never thought would want to be meeting and were asking to
Cats and dogs living together? Pure insanity.
have lunch, have dinner. Our country was coming together. And the thing that will bring our country together is success. It was coming together because it was so successful. Everybody, Hispanic Americans, Black Americans, everybody had jobs. Women, men, people with high school diplomas, people without high school diplomas, people from the best colleges in the world, from MIT and Harvard, the Wharton School of Finance, from Stanford, and people with no education. Everybody was doing better than they'd ever done. Everybody, every group. Every group. And you know who was doing the best?
Every group? Every group? Are you sure about that one? Every group you like, maybe.
Best proportionately were low-income people. And that's a statistical fact. Everybody was doing better. There was no division. Success will bring our country together. And I never knew that I'd say that. I thought that even if you were successful, because
I thought strife would bring our country together, but oh my goodness, what about success?
the views are so different on so many things. For instance, the Democrats want men to play in women's sports. I don't like that. I don't know if they're going to change, but I don't think I could ever change. I see the differences. I don't understand how they could want it. They want transgender operations, change a man into a woman, and in some cases, a boy into a woman without parental consent. I don't.
A boy into a woman? Tell me more. Maybe I can benefit from this new knowledge. Who could have ever thought?
I'm not going to go for that. So I don't know. I never thought you could come together, but I will say this. Success.
I never thought you could come together. It required timing that was far beyond my comprehension.
Will bring this country together. Thank you. Good question.
Yeah, again, he keeps going around spreading like this lie that like kids can go to school and then just like they come back with bottom surgery. like that's not how any of this works. That is a literally impossible scenario.
Thank you. Our last question. Last week, Teresa Yedro had the opportunity to ask the last question in our town hall. Teresa tuvo la oportunidad de hacer la última pregunta la semana pasada.
Asked the last question last week, and she'll have the opportunity again. Go ahead.
Buenas noches.
Last question. Let's go. Here's the asker. She also looks very upset at needing to talk to Donald Trump.
Thank you.
Se me hace justo hacerle exactamente la misma pregunta que le hice a la candidata demócrata.
Same question.
Good evening, Mr. President. I only think it's fair to ask the same question I posed the Democrat candidate.
¿Cuáles son las tres virtudes que usted reconoce en la vicepresidenta Kamala Harris?
What are the three virtues that you see in Vice President Kamala Harris?
That's a very hard question. That's the toughest question. The other ones are easy. Look, I'm not a fan. I think she's harmed our country horribly, horribly, at the border.
He's a bad person, and I dislike him.
With inflation, with so many other things. But she seems to have an ability to survive. Because, you know, she was out.
She seems to have an ability to survive. I mean, she's still alive, isn't she? Wow, dude.
Of the race, and all of a sudden she's running for president. That's a great ability that some people have and some people don't have. She seems to have some pretty long time friendships.
She has friends. She has friends. She still draws breath, and she has friends.
And that's, also, I don't call that an ability. I call that a good thing. And she seems to have a nice way about her. I mean, I like the way, some of her statements, some of her, the way she behaves in a certain way. But in another way, I think it's very bad for our country, very bad for our country. But she does seem to have some relationships that be lasting. And she does seem to be a survivor. Because remember, she was the first one.
That's still two things. Like you said you like that she has a certain kind of way about her and did not elaborate.
Out, and all of a sudden she's running for president. And the other 21 people that are running, they're sitting home watching her on television, right? So that's by far the toughest question I've had today. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your answer.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, President Trump. We've reached the end of our historic conversation. Thanks again for being here with us and answering the questions of Latino voters.
It really is.
Thank you all very much. It's been an honor. Go out and vote. Thank you. Thank you.
The vast majority of these people look deeply unimpressed in this man. There's three people smiling in this shot. And it's this woman, and this woman. Everyone else is grimacing or actively frowning. Like, the dislike is palpable. I don't think you want to encourage those people to go out and vote, man. True. That was maybe the most disastrous press appearance I've ever seen Donald Trump do, and I'm including the 40 minutes sitting on stage, just wiggling to music. Like, that was really bad. That was really, really bad. What's the viewership on this? What's the viewership of Vision? Univision. I know it's extremely high. In July of 2024, Univision delivered 1.1 million total viewers. Throughout the second quarter of 2024. So, it's pretty big. It's pretty big. What about the African American Journalist Association interview? I mean, that was pretty bad, but I think that was still niche enough that, like, most people wouldn't have seen it. This was bad for Trump in a very specific way that will absolutely be seen by, like, a huge number of Latino voters. Like, this is something that will be seen by a lot of people. How about his one debate with Harris? I mean, that was pretty devastating too, Witch Night Melody, but also I think the polling has kind of leveled out since then. Have any of the chatters on Twitch had trouble viewing the stream, or is it just on YouTube? It's just on YouTube. YouTube has the algorithm that things with the MCA. But the flip side is that Twitch has ads, so you pick your poison, I guess. I don't usually get dinged for those DMCAs though, but it happens occasionally. He needs to keep losing voters. I mean, I hope so. The polling has started becoming more inaccurate over the past few weeks, not less, if anything. I mean, my understanding is that that's largely due to like a flood of Republican-backed campaign polling. Then I might switch to watching here instead of YouTube. I mean, if you can brave the ads, go for it. Personally, I like the YouTube experience, or even better, the riverboat.gg experience. The luxuriousness of being on screen. Ooh, cozy. Also, folks, we did it. We made it through the segment. We did it. Huzzah. Here. You know what? You guys deserve me pressing this segment button. Here we go. Oh, yeah. And folks, we've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is brought to you at the end of the day by viewers like you. I could not make it happen without you guys. So please do consider supporting stream. You are all the reason I'm able to stay up until 4 o'clock in the morning doing this show. And with that, how we all doing? How we all doing, folks? What's the longest you've ever streamed? Probably like 27 hours, maybe 28. For charity. Okay. So, folks, mildly tempted to work on a Tau auxiliary army alongside my Sisters of Battle. Nice. Eating food and trying to relax. Did you know Kamala Harris actually did an interview on Fox? I did. Might check it out tomorrow, but we'll see. Well, folks, it has been a good night. I am going to raid you all into Dead Domain, who is doing a 24-hour stream to raise money for hurricane relief. Y'all get on over there. I'm going to drop the link in YouTube chat because we can't, unfortunately, we can't raid in YouTube chat, but I did learn how to raid on YouTube, so that's kind of a game changer. And I might be slipping in there. I might also not be. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. It's very late. So, folks, go to the Dead Domain, twitch.tv/Dead Domain, or Dead Domain over on YouTube, and let's raid real quick on Riverboat on the Twitch channel. Let's go. I will see you all tomorrow, hopefully with a more well-rested brain. Good night, everyone.
Riverboat Casino where the whiskey's running dry. I met a woman named Jack with a fire in her eye. She had cards in her hand and a look of pure control. They said she's got the devil's look, taking hearts and souls. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broke and lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. Now Riverboat Jack, she's a legend on the rise. With every hand she dealt, another fool met their demise. She smiled that wicked smile, and you'd think she was your friend. But once the chips were down, your luck would need its end. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. They say she's got no mercy, she don't play by the rules, but still you'll chase her shadow like all the other fools. Her heart is cold as steel, but she's got you in her grip. The queen of hearts, the ace of spades, she's sinking every ship. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. So if you see Riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing Riverboat Jack. So if you see Riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing Riverboat Jack.